disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I been keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are grateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were thinking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
3 of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. They care that happy. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this is their renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Walker with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, they may just so 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, they may just went to, I forget that Jamaica, they may just went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro, when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, then road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country? We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of The Closing Argument. I am your son, your brother, your uncle, your father, Jerome Gayman, coming in from a studio in Fort Pierce, Southern Florida, beautiful town on the Atlantic Ocean. We want to thank you for tuning in. Please share the show on your personal pages, in your chat rooms, in your groups. Let's go over the hump. Today is Wednesday, the middle of the week. For those of you in Liberia and in the GMT settings, you have gone over the hump. You are almost in Thursday. For us in the East, Eastern Standard Time, it is 4:24 p.m. And we are glad to be with you once again. We have had a very, very basic week discussing the Liberian Constitution, the power that the people invest in the Constitution, which in turn vest that power in those who are lucky to be appointed justices. So we have been busy this week going back and forth, and you do not need to be a lawyer or a legal mind to know your basic rights. This is why the Constitution was written in basic English for anyone to know his or her rights. Why you cannot go to court and pretend to be a lawyer. You have to have a lawyer. You can also choose to defend yourself if you so choose. That as may, we are saying to you that we have had a very busy week. So our monologue today is going to be about one particular subject and then two sub-subjects, categories. We are going to be looking at Liberia's Armed Forces Day. We're going to pay tribute to those who have fought, those who lost their lives in defense of this nation. I'm going to take you back briefly into the history of how we got here. You see, a country that doesn't know its own history is lost. 99.9% of Liberians, the information that I'm going to provide today is very brand new. I don't think they have been taught in history. I don't think the modern schools in Liberia are teaching the history of Liberia in detail. So we're going to delve into that briefly. We're going to go all the way back to 1832, 1909, 1957, 1967, and 2003. We'll bring you the history of the Armed Forces of Liberia from the days that it was called Liberia Frontier Forces. How do we become the AFL? How was February 11th determined to be the day on which Armed Forces Day will be celebrated? We're going to delve into that. Why not January, or why not July 26th or July 25th or July 24th? Why February? So if you are a history buff, if you are a student of history, and you know much about this, please let us know in our comment section where you are tuning in from and your basic idea and historical text as it relates to the history of Armed Forces Day. If your parents, if your siblings, if your family member has served in the military in the Republic of Liberia, we owe you a ton of gratitude for the sacrifices you made and continue to make. You are a part of the replica of Liberia that have been abused, used, undervalued. I was looking at photos when Liberian soldiers were marching in the streets with short pants, a rifle, barefooted. They were so maltreated that they were not even called soldiers. They were called no-cos. They were called all kinds of names. Based on what we can deduce from the treatment, education was never meant to be a requirement. The most illiterate you were, the most qualified you were to serve in the army. That was the requirement because they did not need men and women who were thinkers. The most famous adage in Liberian history, when you talk to anyone, they will tell you, the soldier will say, government gave me gun, it don't give me English. That means if the soldiers came to your house, they didn't speak much English, they didn't understand anything. So if you talk about your constitutional rights, they will tell you, government gave me gun to use. They didn't give me English. So when I say go, you go. And in the most modern version, I think Doe used that on the University of Liberia, he said move or be moved. When I say go, you go. Government don't tell me constitutional, government don't tell you. I just came to get you. When I say go, you go. And then that was followed by another adage that says, duty before complaint. When I tell you to move, you move. If I even violated your rights, you have no right to question me because government gave me gun, government gave me no education. So when I say jump off the cliff, you jump first, and if you survive, then you can ask me why. But for now, when I say jump, you jump.
And he's got quite the ego that it is difficult for him to move on.
Oh, there you go. So this is where we are when we come to the armed forces of Liberia and how our people were treated. So we are going to go back in history to educate our folk as to how we got here, how it became Armed Forces Day, why was September 11th chosen as the date to be commemorated as Armed Forces Day. Let me welcome Professor Sylvester Pewee. Welcome to the show, Chief.
Thank you. You meant February 11, not September 11, right?
Excuse me, February 11, yes.
Yeah, you guys don't need September.
February 11.
Do you have anything in September?
September 11. I take the 5th.
Okay. Everybody want to plead the 5th now.
Yeah, I take the 5th. I plead the 5th.
Everybody plead the 5th. That's the new thing.
Not a new thing.
Yeah. But thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's good to be here today. I will be following a lot of development back here. The AFL Day today, February 11th. It's commemorating these gallant men and women that are in of our country. I will describe them as the force of good. You know, we all have folks that we believe that have contributed a lot into the new army. I have a big brother figure, Kehleboe Gongloe. He's now the training commandant at the, I think, Camp Sandy Barrack, where they just quite recently trained a fresh batch of military officers, professionals. All of them are all professional people, bulk of them from the medical area and all of the rest of that, some of them from the infantry and all those things. So the military is a world regimented force now, and I think they've been given some level of incentivizing them to be the appropriate force of good. So I think it is just appropriate that we commend the men and women in arms that are there to protect our country, void of politics and all these things, and all move forward to see them move forward today.
This is why history is very important. If you looked at the history of the AFL, they were mostly recruited from Lofa, Nimba, and Bong. Those were the men, then later on followed by the folks from the Southeast, particularly Grand Jide. So what we are going to do here is, the significance of Pewee Ben here is someone who is a student of history, who comes from both sides of the aisle, whose great-grandparents and parents may have been subject to some of the cruel treatment of the history of the AFL. We're going to dig into that. So we're going to look at that now. On the front pages of the paper, it says maritime insecurity, drug trafficking dominate Armed Forces Day as Nigerian Army chief addresses the AFL. We will discuss that. If a Nigerian can lecture us about drug dealership, you need to listen. Also, if we have time, Liberians to honor the late patriarch Alhaji V.G.V. Kromah as public memorial service scheduled in Monrovia. The editorial from the Liberia investigators say why the arrest agenda needs a radical rethink on implementations and funding. If we have time, we're going to go into that. The ANC slammed the demolition, urges Bwaga government to put people before power. We will go into that. And finally, the NEC reshuffled top style, named new commission director. The National Elections Commission, these are very important topics. Let me tease you a little bit. In Myean, if you are there, can you please play me the clip that I just sent you? Briefly, let's tease our audience. While we're doing our, ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Let your friends and family know that we are here. We know it's 4 o'clock here on the East Coast. You are still at work, but you are tuning in. By 5:30, we expect that we're going to have a full house. So, Myean, if you are listening, please play that clip that I sent you as a teaser while we go into the history of the AFL. Now, while we're having that, let me delve into the history. And this is for the Ministry of National Defense, for the archive of the history of our national defense. The militia was the first defense organization activated in Liberia on August 31st, 1832 by Jehudi Ashman, agents of the colony. Today, the modern armed forces of Liberia has its origin in the Liberian Frontier Force, LFF, which was established during the administration of Arthur Bagley in 1908. The force was comprised of 500 men whose mission was originally to patrol the borders of the hinterland against British and French territorial expansion and to prevent disorder. The Liberian Frontier Force became the Liberian National Guard in 1965. The concept of the formation of the Liberian National Guard was the transition from tax collection, the Liberian Frontier Force original role, to the provision of national security for the citizens and the residents of the Republic of Liberia. The Liberian military grew into fame by its participation in the United Nations-backed peacekeeping mission in the Republic of the Congo. the Liberian government contributed 5 contingents, which were attached to the Nigerian brigade. The first contingent was under the command of Colonel Henry Kehleboe Johnson. The third contingent landed in the Congo August 1, 1961, under the command of Colonel James Dean. The fifth contingent landed in Congo October 2nd, 1962, and remained until the final pullout of the Liberian peacekeepers in March 16, 1963. The Liberian National Guard became the Liberian National Armed Forces in 1970. The Navy, the Air Reconnaissance Unit, and the infantry were all 3 units developed. The nominal mission of the Armed Forces of Liberia has historically been to defend and guard the country's borders, safeguard national security, and protect the population from external aggression. How the Armed Forces Day became into being. According to a military book entitled The History of Liberia Armed Forces Day, before February 25, 1955, there was no Armed Forces Day as such, except the country and militia unit, each of which had its own quarterly parade day enacted by law. During those days, the regular army, then called the Liberian Frontier Force, used to combine with units of the national militia to have joint parade on special occasions such as Independence Day, Inauguration Day, etc. However, in 1954, the late Colonel Francis M. Dean, then the Assistant Chief of Staff, G2, recommended in his annual report to the Defense Authority that a day be set aside by an act of the National Legislature to be styled and known as Old Soldier Army Festival, a day in which units of the Liberian Armed Forces throughout the nation will assemble at their respective headquarters to jointly participate in field ceremonies of parade and other planned military exercises. Colonel Dean's recommendation traveled through the necessary chain of command until it successfully reached the official desk of the late Commander-in-Chief, President William V. Torgbean, who in turn approved and submitted it to the legislature for legislative consideration. On February 11, however, February 11 was chosen as Armed Forces Day. Why? When the Liberian legislature met in session to consider Colonel Dean's recommendation for legislative enactment, it was suggested that choosing any month and date to be set aside as Armed Forces Festival would be inappropriate. Instead, a month date with some historical event in which a member or members of the armed forces have performed some marvelous deeds in the supreme interest of the nation, Liberia, and its people. By so doing, members of the incoming generation of the armed forces will continue to celebrate this day, honor appropriate military exercises in honor and remembrance of the historic deeds of the comrades in arms. Moreover, this suggestion was embraced with popular support. However, the only event that could quickly come to mind of the lawmaker was the month and date of the Major Cadell incidents in 1909. Major Cadell was the first commandant of the Liberian Frontier Forces to carry on a mutiny act against the Republic of Liberia and the Liberian government during the presidency of Arthur Barkley administration. That aggression of Cadell was repelled by the militia regiment headed by Lieutenant Colonel Isaac Moore and his deputy major. Joseph Dennis in 1909, having reached a unanimous consensus on the month and date of Major Cadell's event of February 25th, 1955, an act of legislation was passed, declaring May 9th on each year as Armed Forces Day, with a proclamation that it should be officially observed throughout Liberia as a national holiday. When the act was proclaimed on May 9 as the month and date of the Major Cadell's incident, historians everywhere disagreed and argued that the incident occurred on February 9, 1909. This argument in turn created a demand for legislative amendment. Concurrent subsequently, on March 22, 1956, amendment was made deleting May 9 and inserting February 9 in the Act as Armed Forces Day. Less than a year after the amendment was made, some survivors of the Major Cadel's incident declared that it was February 11, 1909 instead. Once more, and finally on January 26, 1957, the appropriate ratification was made in the Act. Major Cadell was a British officer brought to Liberia from Sierra Leone to command the Liberian Frontier Force. And with him were several Sierra Leonean soldiers who he incited against the Republic of Liberia for salary arrears. The Liberian Frontier Force thwarted their mutiny action, and they were given 24 hours to leave Liberia. The current site of the executive mansion, now as we know it, was the location of the military barrack named and styled Camp Johnson. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is a history of the Republic of Liberia's Armed Forces Day. So if you are in the company of anyone who served, who laid down their lives from as far back as 1832, you are in good company. Honorable Pewee, let's go back to the history. This is why history is very important, my friend.
Absolutely. History is important deeply, and it's part of the reason today we have the Armed Forces of Liberia, the AFL. It was retitled since after the Frontier Force. It was retitled 1956 to the Armed Forces of Liberia, from the Liberian Frontier Force (LFF) to the Armed Forces of Liberia (AFL), and ever since then it went into play. There were a lot of things that being before that time. We saw the role Liberia play actually during World War I, World War II. Those sent men, but they didn't participate in active combat. If you were to go deep into the history, but because of that, sent some of our military officers into France, but they didn't just participate into active combat. But it was part of the reason. If you went back deep into history, it's going to remind us that the military have to build a deep port near Monrovia, there where you have the free port of Monrovia now. It was because of all of the alignment of World War II. And, at the time, the largest rubber plantation was in Liberia. I think this should still be. And where they were transporting a lot of rubber also for the intent of the war and other situations. It was part of the reason why we have the Rubber International Airport that was built by the United States also. So there's some deep trench here, and if you were to more or less go through these things, and it got diluted during the civil crisis, and I think partners at the time made some attempt to change that in the comprehensive peace accord. In that comprehensive peace accord, we had the security sector reform, and part of the security sector reform was to disband the military, because the military was factionalized. We didn't want to have, moving forward into our new period of democracy, to have a factional-based military that would have also compromised the national security of the country. So it was then said that the military would be disbanded. And of course, it was the mission that was headed at the time by Jack Klein, and that led the entire process. Your own friend, Jack Klein. And that moved through the process about the security sector reform, the demobilization program, and rehabilitation of an ex-combatant that now went into other private business, and then we started to reconstruct this new army. But you said something before then during your your narration. You said that the Nigerian, I think the head of the Nigerian army served at the
keynote speaker.
The keynote speaker today, and that's what expected, and that was actually expected because of the role Nigeria also played during the time of us when our military was factionalized and the rest of those things, and the role they play into finalizing the peace process in Liberia. Nigeria was the first to send troops for the oil at the time, even from Ecomo days. But the reason why you're seeing that is that when the military got factionalized and it was now the time to build this new military we have, the first chief of staff, Mr. Gayman, let me inform our followers and listeners, that was a Nigerian general. Our first chief of staff in the new dispensation we have now was a Nigerian general. He's lit now, but he served, I think, for a period of 2 years. And he was there to build the military. When they started building the new military, all those first graduates, first class, second class, I think Zianga was part of the first class. Zianga, the former chief of staff, Prince Johnson, and the current defense minister and former chief of staff also, they were all part of the first class. But before before then, would have brought in this general to serve, I think, General Abraham, to serve as the chief of staff of our military. So he served for 2 years, and then ushered in General Zianga as the first chief of staff of our military. And then Prince Johnson, I think, it was then after Zianga, then our man, he's late, and also he died. He used to be at the University of Liberia, the ROTC instructor, Dennis, was the deputy chief of staff. Unfortunately, he passed. So it was part of the history of coming to build a new military. But in by and large, the military now is a force for good, and that we had because of the way the men and women are well regimented, and the procedural UCMJ procedure that they deploy and all these things. So it's a great thing to go back to the military and see that a good thing being unfolding of this military force. So, but I think to celebrate this day today is important because these are the men and women that are protecting the territorial land space of our country. They dare to be the extended defender of the land. So basically, it's a good thing to go back deep into history. It's a long line of the history of the military from the days the Liberia Frontier Force from 1908, as you rightly stated, to 1956. Then the Armed Forces of Liberia and all those things, and then they started as first 500 gallant men to move in to start with the AFL and all those things. So, but I think for now, reflecting on and the way it was established, the establishment pattern of it, and men that came before. Normally, people say that Lofa County people led the military, and the way a lot of people, because I believe it's not that Lofa, because at the time Lofians themselves put themselves out to join the military, because to join the military is one of the bravest and the biggest responsibility any citizen will have. And that's one of the reasons why in this powerful country, those that would join the military are well respected. Even there always been bipartisan agreement whenever it came to the military. They've never attempted to politicize it. There'll always be a kind of a bipartisan agreement in terms of that. So it's important that we celebrate the military, and I believe today the military in our country is proven to be balanced politically also, and I hope they should be balanced. But again, other people want to politicize. Boaka came, he had to do some formation change because he wanted his nephew to be the chief of staff. Anyone want to be comfortable with this kind of a thing. But yeah, Mr. Gayman, it's a good day that we all should be part of the celebration of the Armed Forces Day today.
We are looking at a history. Gentlemen, share this show, send in your comment. Myean, when you are ready with your tape, the clip I send you, you can play it anytime while we move on. But something stood out. Let's look at the Liberia and Nigeria. We seem to be like Siamese twins, and it goes all the way back. We are intertwined. You read the history there that when Liberia decided to actually become a strong force, their claim to fame was their performance in the Congo when they went to the Congo War. But they didn't just go there as Liberian. They were paired under the leadership and the direction of the Nigerian powerful army. So I'm only saying that our history The history of Liberia and Nigeria goes all the way back, all the way back. So when you see Nigerians all over the place, ladies and gentlemen, no matter what you think your personal feelings are, we owe Nigeria a debt of gratitude. When we were killing ourselves, they came in and died in huge numbers to stabilize our country. Today, we want to talk about another country, Sierra Leone and Liberia. While Nigeria have been the pillow, the cornerstone of our survival, it's a little different story with Sierra Leone, as you can tell. There was a mutiny, the history of mutiny, military mutiny. Cadell, and he and his friends, all those that were recruited from Sierra Leone, decided to torpedo the Liberian government. Talk to us about that particular day on which some of these occasions took place. The mutiny, the attempt to torpedo the government of Liberia, to topple the government. And again, the reason Cadell gave was, we cannot work without being paid. We are owed our salary and our arrears, and we need it. We have families, we got children to feed. We cannot afford to work for free. I was in Liberia in December, and here we are, before Christmas. Civil servant and the poor. The government refused to pay them. And they bring us back to our history. Our not paying our people or don't take our people seriously have gone all the way back to the formation of this country. Pewee talked to us about when you don't learn your history, you repeat it.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Mr. Gayman. You have to learn the history, because if you don't learn accidentally place, you're going to repeat it and keep repeating. One thing over and again is a recipe for complete chaos. But before going back to that, I just thought to give a little insight also on the current military, while we discuss the current military, then come back to that. The motto, as I say, is building a force for good. Force for good, that's the motto. That's the motto they have for currently. And first they refer to 1847, so the Liberian militant. Now, as you said, 08, the Frontier Force and the AFL. Now, it's a service branches that we have the 23rd Infantry Brigade, the Air Wing. We don't have the Air Force for now because we don't have that capacity referred to as the Air Wing. And the 23rd Infantry Brigade, because of the size of the military. We do have a very small size of the military, but it's not as, when you want to compare with Nigeria and others, very, very infinitesimal, if you will. And then it went here to say also, and then we have the National Coast Guard. That state that we have the Air Wing, the 23rd Infantry Brigade, the National Coast Guard, and we also have the National Coast Guard. Yeah, that would be the National Coast Guard, and and the headquarters is also in Monrovia, they say. But the leadership is the president, the current president, Joseph Iman Boaka, is the chief, the commander-in-chief, and then we have the Minister of Defense, Colonel Geraldine Josh, and the chief of staff is Brigadier General Davison Fire Fuller. He's the chief of staff. But the current size of the military, we have is of the active personnel, 2,100 active, well-regimented personnel. It's just the basis of those things. But back to something you're saying that is very important also. We've been collaborating with Nigeria. It's one of the things I can remember when Mr. Taylor was about to leave the country. Then former president of Nigeria, Professor Olusegun Obasanjo, said something that is very profound. And this is what he said. He said Liberia and Nigeria have come a long way. And he said Liberia is a small brother to Nigeria, despite Liberia established this sense of thing. But Nigeria will always come to the aid of Liberia, and Liberia have been a very good partner. So what you are just stating there, Mr. Gayman, is that the country, it's just like we've been having bad leaders that have not represented the country well, or that this country would have been a very proud, small, wonderful country if everything was well managed. It's just the management skill we had has been very terrible in terms of all those things. And look at how we got most of the area we get most of our military support from. The support heavily will come from bulk of it. 90% of the support of our military came from this country, the United States of America. And then other countries that are industry that are supporting the military will come from Canada, the United Kingdom, Poland, not of Russia. These are the areas that, but these are bits and pieces things coming in. But 90% of the support based to the military actually is from the United States of America. And another thing we ought to do is to learn the basics of how we've been collaborating in past time with other powerful countries like this country in building the new army we have today and the structure we now set in. Nigerians play a very major role. Most even the current training commandant, Lieutenant Gosse, also did some training. I think he got 2 master's degree. If you were to move through the system of the military, we currently have a lot of very competent, Mr. Gayman, one thing we have to emphasize, we have a lot of very competent individuals that are now serving the military, most of them with master's degree. But the training commandant, Lieutenant Gosse, is, I think he got 2 masters and come with different accolade of military award, military certification from across the world. That would be from China, from the great United States here, from Egypt, from China, from Nigeria, and from a lot of other countries that he went to and other things. And he is now today, he's a proud chief training commandant that is now training because the United States is no longer directly doing it. What it's doing that is just helping with some personnel advancement and other things and bring some review, some military curriculum system as to the way they train. So most of the instructors are Liberians themselves and other things, but getting some advanced training from outside there. So the military is having a new phase of culture, and I will hope that we don't interrupt that moving forward with politics and change the whole trajectory. So, but the basic history is that we play some very important role from the back kind of days, and the country have endeavored to change track, particularly those that are managing our new military. And the way the military is structured today, if you were to see the renting of it, and one of the reasons why they did that during the security sector reform was to specifically set the baseline to say, okay, we're going to have a basic kind of a criteria, and those criterions ran from you have to be at least a high school minimum of being in high school. Let me emphasize our end here. Minimum of being a high school graduate. They would have to strike the balance of tribal balance because they didn't want this kind of a tribal bigotry to unfold again in the military to cause another problem. You can remember the last time when the devastating civil crisis erupted in Liberia, it resulted into a civil tribal conflict, if you will. In one side of things between the Gio Mano versus the Crown people. Another portion of it was between the Mandingos and the Crown people. Another thing between the Mandingos and the rest of the other people, the Lofa Defense Force and all those things. So they were all complete nonsense at the time I unfolded, and thousands of Liberians got slaughtered from that nonsensical thing that were unfolding. Now, what they intend to do, because they saw into it at the time that you have one group of people dominating. So they didn't want to see one tribal dominance. So the intent is to put into place a structure, and as per the security sector reform, that sector reform thing meant to say, okay, we're going to have this unit from the Basso speaking, the Roma speaking, the Manigo speaking, the Gio speaking, the Mano speaking, the Crown, the Va, the Gula, the Mandi, the crew, the Grobo. I don't want to lead none of the tribe, so that's why I'm trying to be balancing this one. And I believe I got all of them. If I stand to see why I didn't get, but that was the basis of that. And okay, before you come there, you have to be a little high school graduate. The reason of the emphasis of a high school graduate, where you should be reasonable for any basic judgment, because you are not going to take illegal orders because you think you are Myean. Military men do take order, but they don't take illegal orders. So, and that is under the UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So it is a unique system, and that system is one thing that we all, for a protracted period of time, we all been seeing on the book, but we have not been found it by that in terms of the military being politicized by the leader at the time. But now I think we're seeing a military that seems to be professional, and the force for good should be on the basis of serving the Liberian people and not individual president or individuals around the presidency.
Well said. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a history lesson here. Today is Armed Forces Day, so we are going to spend a great amount of time on the history of Armed Forces Day in Liberia, our military, the derivation of the name. Where do we derive the name Armed Forces Day? We went through that. We talked about some of the major players, actors in our military life, from the original Jehudi Ashman, who was basically the first governor, first president of the colony, who knew that our territorial integrity was being tarnished. So he put together some strong men and say, we are now going to protect our borders, the integrities of our border from the French and the British. These are men that were not fully equipped, but were willing to put their lives on the line against all odds, mosquitoes, snakes, diseases, to defend the motherland. Many of whom we know to have lost their lives to bequeath unto us this glorious land of liberty called Liberia. A land that most of us do not appreciate, that we take for granted, as though this country has always been milk and honey. Men and women died to bring us to where we are. So we want to take out our hats and salute our men and women in arms in whatever capacity you serve. Let me go back to the Honorable Pewee. Let's look at mismanagement. And this is not Joseph Boakai or George Weah or Ellen Johnson specific. We are talking about the revolt, the mutiny in Liberia by Lieutenant Colonel Cadell, who were not paid for months. And they just had enough of it and say, we are going to torpedo this government. We need to be paid. We have families, we have children, we have obligations too. And we are going all the way back, 100, 150 years. We have always had problems paying our civil servants, especially our military and our police. And we saw that the incoming president, when we saw, was it Honor Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, when Brandon Samakai came into issue with the people. And then again, when President Boakai came in, we had a military issue, the women going on strike. During the Weah time, we had the same issue. Why haven't we learned that when people work, you have to pay them? Specifically the men and women in arms. How, I don't want to say how stupid, but how naive can you be that the man who is guarding you, that got a gun, that's responsible for your life, you don't want to pay them? And you have history that the people have mutiny, they have gone out and said, we will torpedo this government because you don't want to pay us. They're not saying they didn't like the government or they didn't like the president. They say you owe us, and when we work, we need to get paid. So why is this almost 100 some more years and we cannot figure this thing out?
I think part of the reason is just being selfish. Those that are always trying to seek their own personal aggrandizement, if you will, are those that are continuously trying to run with this kind of a negative thought process that are just keeping the military dent in this dodgent, and unfortunately we have to wake up and begin to reassert and exert certain responsibility as folks. It is just a terrible thing to maltreat the man that got your life in his hand from the pool of just his fingers, if you will. Why were you? And a similar thing happened in 2022 when the then president in Guinea, Alpha Conde, said he was going for third term. He won the election, but when he won the election, the defense minister had advised him to reduce the pay of the military people. Why would you be thinking about reducing pay of the military people then, and you think your presidency will be protected? So, but listen, Mr. Gayman, yes, we had terrible, and the reason why those things unfolded at the time in the military, because the military was sectionalized, if you will, tribalized, and there was combination of all those forces led to corrupt practices unfolding in the military, if you will. So certain group of people believed that they were intact. So they, at the time, probably, if you could say it, during the Dopoh era, the Crown folks felt they were leading everything, though they would put some puppet boys to head the military, but yet they did this and did that. So, and if you were not to treat the military in the kind of a good condition, is a problem. The same issue happened with the current NSA boss. He had to resign. He was forced. They had to, because he was appointed as the Minister of National Defense. He didn't hold on to that position because of complaints. Those complaints didn't come from the wife of those military people. No, the wife was serving Mr. Gayman as they were being sent by their husbands. The men in arms sent their wife to Saigon. So it was a message to the president. And the president immediately understood the language spoken by those infantry men that are trained to carry firearms for their career. You don't play with them. So their wife came to do the bid on their part. The wife did the bidding, and they relaxed at the back and said, "Okay, go." When they touch you guys, they will move in and topple the administration. And that was probably an attempt for them to do that, right? So, but the president read the tea leaf very effectively. And then he moved quickly and removed the Minister of Defense, and then to reappointed him later on, but brought in Geraldine, who of course was the former Deputy Chief of Staff, if you will. So that's the baseline of this. But you are eventually now appointed as Minister of Defense now, and the president brought someone, and that the military, the folks, those soldier boys will be pleased with. And General Fuller was appointed as now the Chief of Staff. But that's the history. Let me take you back a little bit into history when Samukai was the Minister of National Defense. The attrition rate at the time of the military started to increase. More people started leaving the military because they were ill-treated, right? Most of the guys, there was a documentary done. The press moved in to the barrack. It's not the former of the BTC, but Camp Cassidy, a military barracks. That part of the documentary where media individuals went in to do some investigative analysis or reporting about the military. Most of those military boys were living on green plum. Imagine. They said they were living on green plum. They said that at the time. It was, and that was attributed to some of the massive corrupt issues that were unfolding. I can remember vividly, the GSC conducted some kind of an audit at the time, and they inducted some kind of not accounting for the military rights, and most of those other issues. There was issue of a procurement problem about procuring or doing the fence around that particular barrack, where the head of the Ministry of Defense stated that he used almost $2.something million just to do the fence, and it was highly questioned by the audit, the audit report from the GSC and other thing. At the time, we saw the executive director, he handled that audit engagement, and Mr. Samukai was indicted of that, right? Using all those things. So It is very important, Mr. Gayman, that the stewardship of the military, the way we manage the funding and these men will bring more pride to the military. But we have to learn from past mistakes and give the guys some level of dignity and incentivize them so that it will serve for the purpose of defending the country.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show, send in your comments. We are talking about the history of the Republic of Liberia's Armed Forces Day, our military. And the reason that we have taken, or the Republic of Liberia had chosen February 11th, it was the original day for Liberia's first military mutiny by Lieutenant Colonel Cardell, who organized a group to torpedo the Liberian government, not from the lack of love. According to him and his men, the Liberian government were indebted to the soldiers to the point where they could no longer hold it, and they decided to basically go on a strike. Major mutiny. That was February 11, 1909. Prior to 1909, the Republic of Liberia has issues with paying her civil servants, particularly men and women in arms. Almost 150 years later, 118 years later, Liberia is still having issues paying her civil servant, finding accommodation for soldiers and their children and their families. A man or society that doesn't remember her history is bound to repeat. This gone Christmas, civil servants, police officers, army personnel never got paid. We want to be thankful to Honorable Pewee when he talked about we have transitioned into a professional army, professional armed services, men and women in arms now who are required to at least minimum, not only a high school diploma, but you have to show proof that you passed the YET. That is proof that you can read and write and understand basic English. Because the new army, these sophisticated guns that we are using now requires knowledge, technology, and intelligence. The old days of the M1 rifle, where you just do like that and shoot and say, government, give me gun. They didn't give me English. Those days are gone. The new gun got scopes. They got binoculars. They got, you need, everything is on there. Some of the guns have the helmet and they have earpieces. They have a flashlight. They got lasers. I mean, we are talking about some sophistication here. So the old army, or our old philosophy of recruiting anyone is no longer the case. There have been some criteria set now that makes us a professional army. That's why you don't see the armies in the street, because according to the Military Code of Justice that Honorable Pewee just quoted, there are rules set aside, international and national rules by which our army needs to operate, and this is why they are professional. And you heard Honorable Pewee say we have 2,100 forces now in Liberia, fully equipped, well-trained, highly educated in the history of military in Liberia. So we want to take out our hat. We salute you for what you do. Hopefully, we will honor and respect you in time that at least we will pay you on time. We will house you. We will give you, we will treat you with a sense of decency that you deserve. If you went to serve overseas and you got injured in the line of duty, there is no reason that your parents, your children, your wife, your family should be running all over the place because you got burned and the Republic of Liberia cannot afford to give you the treatment you deserve. Well, before we move on to our next topic, we're going to give a brief history of what's going on now in Monrovia. And this is the front page, the Liberian Investigator front page on this day says maritime insecurity, drug trafficking, dominate Armed Forces Day as Nigerian chief addresses the AFL. And I'll read it briefly. It says maritime insecurity in the Gulf of Guinea, the rise of synthetic drug trafficking, and expanding transitional threat. Transnational threat took center stage Wednesday as Lieutenant General Wadi Shebu, Nigeria Chief of Army Staff, delivered a keynote address at Liberia's 69th Armed Forces Day celebration. Speaking at the national observance in Monrovia, General Shebu warned that piracy, illegal and unregulated fishing, and organized criminal network continue to threaten coastal states across West Africa, including Liberia. Maritime security remains a concern as the Gulf of Guinea continues to face challenges ranging from piracy to unregulated fishing, he said. And lateral state Liberia is not isolated from these threats. He stressed that a safeguarding Liberia maritime domain will require forward-looking strategies, technological innovation, regional coordination, and timely intelligence sharing to counter the evolving threat. Honorable Pewee, we just talked about, he didn't just talk about intelligence. He talked about technology. He said, he stresses that safeguarding Liberia maritime domain will require forward-looking strategies, technological innovation, not technology, technological innovation, regional coordination, and a timely intelligence sharing to counter the evolving threat. Let me welcome Honorable George. Tomalin, George, welcome, and happy military, our Armed Forces Day to you and your family. If anybody has served in the military, we want to salute them. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you, Pewee. Good to see you guys. And yes, today is Armed Forces Day. Today is the 69th anniversary of the Armed Forces, but the 118th anniversary. We put it, the Liberian Frontier Force together with the AFL, the years, everything combined is 118th year. We start with Liberian Frontier Force, but the Armed Forces, the AFL is 69th anniversary. But today's a day that we recognize the gallant men and women of the Armed Forces of Liberia, the living and the dead, who made the ultimate sacrifice to ensure that our country remains a republic. Today is a day where we salute the Commander-in-Chief, the Minister of Defense, the Chief of Staff, and the officers and men and women of the Armed Forces. Recognize them for always being there to protect our country against foreign and domestic enemies. Even though we don't know about the Armed Forces, but we salute them, thank them for the service. I've had no one served our family in Liberia. Yes, I have people serve on this side, but in Liberia, no. But I want to say congratulations to the Army and happy Armed Forces Day to all Liberians and at home and abroad.
So, Honorable George, you have not had any relatives or family serve in the military?
In Liberia, I don't know.
That's a no. Pewee.
Yeah.
Do you have any relatives, cousins, uncle, grandfather, granduncle that has ever served in the military?
Oh yes. I have. But beyond that, I have both, particularly in Liberia, yes. And as I was saying to you, Big Brother Figure, as I was saying, Lieutenant Gossa is not currently the training commandant of his training. He's in giving all of the good vibes into the military. He's currently serving. He's a lieutenant. He was part of the second class of the new generation of military we have now, when this process started in 2006, when President Seleke was president immediately after the DDR program, and then the security sector reform started. There was the second batch that went in. He went into the military as already a college graduate from the University of Liberia, and went through the ranks and file, got a lot of scholarship in the military, went out and played different roles and other things in the military. Now he's a training commandant. And beyond that, one of my uncles before the civil crisis also that served the military, and the rest of that. So I had a lot of family people serving the military. Even here in the United States of America, my young brother served the United States Marine also. So it is the kind of a way that we believe in associating. If I had the time, I really wanted to serve the military. Also, but unfortunately, it was between the time of preparing for almost into the University of Liberia. I didn't want to drop and go. I thought that would have been some problem in coming out to get my first degree, so I sacrificed that. But the time Kehleboe was trying to join, I would have been part of that class if by the time I had my first degree. But immediately after that, when I attempted going back after war to the military, I had an opportunity to come here in 2015, end of 2014 to school. That got disrupted also. But yes, I've had the issue about people supporting the military. But you said something quickly. Let me go into that about the sophistication, the innovation, and the technological innovation that we require. We need. It's very pivotal that we have to do those things. And what he said was that, and it's part of what we have now, networking and communicating very effectively. But the innovative aspect of things, the technological creativity that is needed, it is obvious that we build those things. And that's one of the lines that intelligence sharing is important. Nobody can receive intelligence from our U.S. counterpart. The United States government can normally do help the Coast Guard, the military, or through our biggest spy institution, the NSA, to inform them about things unfolding in our maritime territorial areas. To let our maritime, that of things unfold in our maritime zone. It's important that we begin to put some money, because if you saw the budget here for the military, it's not something big, if you will. It's something that if you were into currently, I don't know, it's still the same, but to have $12.9 million, I don't know if this was somewhere in 2013, but I don't know what they have now. If you saw that amount for innovative creativity and other things, technological issue, that amount, Mr. Gayman, you see, $12.9 and buck up money is going to paying salary of the military officers, some of the money going there. Logistics, we have very low level of logistics. We have a very relatively small military, but we have not even had the amount of money reasonably that when we contemplate that we can put to make the military a proud force, if you will. The military have to be well, now, due to us living by the UCMJ, all those things, the basic regimentation, there have to be a way, man, that will set the system for the military to be a prior area. Some of the how many barracks do we have that is fully functioning? And what's the capacity of the military in terms of going on operation to protect our country in the event? Now, the military is not there for combat, to protect our territorial land for international aggression against our country. The military do, if you went to the new Defense Act, the military do play some major role during national disaster also. Even during peace, the military involved into not only lead the infantry aspect, We bring the engineer battalion of the military to construct roads and other things. We bring the agriculture battalion of the military to involve into. Now today you saw the military disobedience rights and other things. You bring the health team that will intervene during crisis and other things, do some preventive things. So the military do play some major role. We cultivating that in terms of creativity. The military do a lot of advances research. Are we prepared to start pushing our military guys to start doing? We don't have air force, we have airmen. How many pilots do we have? I don't think we're even training some of them, if you will, to go through these things. So it's a deep issue here that some of us that are relatively inclined to these things have been discussing from the back door, but it's important we have conversations with the military leaders, right, that and the government, particularly the president as a commander-in-chief, to see and pump some money. The military budget is very, I saw you know that you think, just go to that thing about the state of Florida national guard. If they tell you the budget, I don't think we will leave the show tonight and just think our play thing will own about military on a serious note. And most of our even logistics we have, those logistics were all donated to us, given by bilateral friends, particularly this friendly country, the United States of America. So we have to do more to project the military and advance them in different technological areas of the world. And that would be out of advance by creativity and pushing those different kind of innovation. Be creative and blast those innovations, and you expand them, and you can help to project the military to the level that we all anticipate to move.
Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, if your parents, if your family, your friends serve in the Liberian military, please let us know so we can send a shout out to them. I know those that served from 1909 to where we are now until 2003, they were basically called no-codes. No code. I mean, government give me gun, government doesn't give me English. When I say move, you move. When government say you go, you're gonna go. No questions asked. And the adage is duty before complaint. When I tell you to do something, do it. Then afterward, even if it's illegal, these are the kind of things we are talking. So Liberia has grown. We have grown. We look. We are different now. Now, before we move on to other things, let me go to Honorable George here. George, the Liberian government, the United States, their universities, the reason their military is the greatest is their universities are constantly using technology research to bring everything new that we are using, cell phone and GPS, all came from the military, the research wing of the military, through the universities and the military. Our University of Liberia, have we invested in research? Do we have mechanical engineers? Do we have research in chemical engineers? Do we have anything in those kinds of areas that our military can rely on for this incoming innovation they are talking about? They're not only talking about technology, but how can you use the technology through innovation to create new things? Do you see the University of Liberia as the pinnacle of our incoming military to develop to where we need to be?
Well, Liberia, we really need Liberia really need an advanced military academy where all these things you mentioned can be taught. Most of the time, we want to have these like the few academies, the few military barracks we have there, and so forth. People go for basic training, but like to have a professional army where you have the various careers, the various discipline that you just attributed to. We need to really invest into the army, but I'm afraid that we're still far from there, and maybe because of the situation where we have not had anyone the army have not come in the limelight. Like when things happen, people we look at the army. Most of the time, the army have just been playing a quiet role of protecting the this country's sovereignty. But I think we're still far from that, Mr. Gayman. And until we can invest more into our armed forces, we'll be like that for a long time. Because like you and I know, in the various states they have the National Guard. National Guards, they are there to do certain, like in terms of disaster or any kind of a natural occurrence. They are called in to help. Most of them, the Liberian Army, the Public Works Division, they were trying to improve it. Where they used to take, in fact, even all these road contracts we're talking about in Liberia, if we were really up to date, we'll have engineer corps of the armed forces carrying all these projects. You know, even all the 285 machines they bring in the country, the armed forces who have been playing a major role there too. You know, but I'm afraid we are still far from it again, man. We're still far from that realization.
Wow. Let me welcome Honorable Sita. Sita, welcome to the show. Today is Armed Forces Day. If any of your family members have served in the military, we want to salute you or salute your family member. For me, my older brother, 1977, decided to join the Liberian Army, and it was a big uproar in Bassa because it is unheard of for the Bassa man to join the military. So he was one of the trailblazers in our family that decided to join the AFL, and he retired. I think it was 1996. Right around that, he got, I think, retired from the army.
Mr. Gayman, I'm sorry that the Pele and Lomapo love the army better, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, why you want to pick on it? I thank God there's no Loma person on this show.
No, we have one, please.
Listen, just kidding.
But no. Again, the Pele Loma, none of the Pele Loma love the military. The Pele Loma are well regimented in the military. And you see, we didn't have, Mr. Gayman couldn't say this, they are the well regimented in the military in terms of regimentation and all those things, and command orders and other things, and the rule of military engagement. They follow the UCMJ very effectively. They obey when it's necessary to obey. They didn't evolve into any kind of atrocity that was just illegal, those kind of illegal commands. So they were brave men that served gallantly the Liberian people in a more regimented form. So I think it's part of the reason why they call it Noko. Yeah, the reason of Noko makes Noko always waiting to Noko and all those things. They say no. Yes.
Liberia gave me gun. Liberia gave me English.
Yeah, for all you know, Noko actually in the past is non-commissioned officer, right?
Yes, no commission.
We didn't know it, so we said when you see Noko, we get is a bad name. You know,
no. Noko are not commissioned officer because at the time they're not commissioned officers. Now, before the criteria set to go to the military, the bar was very low. You can even be a non-first grade student. You could enlist in the military at the time. Now that language has changed. To enlist in the military, you have to at least be a high school or YF certification person, right? To be a high school. Because the reason behind that, look at the kind of a way some guys recklessly executed people, right? So anybody that is reasonable now, we want to think and went to high school, wouldn't just take any illegal order coming from any command structure. The command structure is there, and those orders have to be in conformity with the UCMJ. You have to be in conformity with the operational guard of the military. If not, they wouldn't take something to say. So that one of the things the reform did. Today in Lofa, I mean from Lofa, also the current chief of staff is from Lofa. Let me remind you, Tomani, the current chief of staff is from Lofa. The current training commandant.
Who else from Lofa?
The current training commandant is from Lofa.
Okay.
The current logistic officer of the military is from Lofa.
Okay.
So, yeah.
From Lofa.
Oh, for that is from Lofa. You don't know?
Who the commanding general?
The commanding general now. We don't have commanding general no more in the military. They have the news that we have the guy they call it brigade commander.
Okay.
So it's the brigade commander now in the place of commanding, but so we don't have the structure of the army is still very so there's a brigade commander and other things. So we're still having our chief of staff being carrying the rank of what? Is that brigadier general? So we don't even have a major general and something or other.
Major general.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes. Go ahead.
Before you come on, let me pay tribute to our folks from Columbus, Ohio, Frederick Carter. He is serving now in the Liberian Armed Forces. Excellent, excellent. We salute you, Mr. Carter. Frederick Carter, you are serving our nation, the Armed Forces. Thank you very much. We salute you. I salute myself because my brother broke that jinx, that stereotype that Bafta people don't go to the military. So he was one of the first in 1977 to enroll in the AFL.
So why Bafta people don't go to the military? They got the lazy?
Yeah. They're scared.
Why Bafta people don't go to the military?
We're scared. We're scared. We are lovers. We don't fight.
Yeah, you know, we like different. Everybody got an era, man.
But ladies and gentlemen, this is good thing. We want to thank you. If your family member you serve in the Liberian military, today is your day. We spent a whole hour on the history of the AFL, how they came about, how you came with the name, and how February 11th became a historic day in Liberia. So those days, we are saying February 11th is very important because it is the day that Garguah torpedoed the Liberian army. When the first mutiny took place in Liberia under Lieutenant Colonel Cadell. The mutiny was based on non-payment of officers' salary. 1909, February 11, the Liberian government was in arrears to its military, not paying them on time and order in months. So they decided to mutiny to go out there and torpedo the government. And the Liberian Frontier Force came along and squashed, by luck, a well-organized and educated force from Sierra Leone. And it is on that day they chose February 11 to commemorate and salute the men and women that fought to save this nation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you. Keep sending your comments. We're going to go from there. Maya, if you are ready, we want to go to our next topic here. The next topic.
Yeah, but I did not even comment.
Oh, comment. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You are at Noko. Go ahead. You got the last.
Yeah, but I'm happy to be back on the show. It is a wonderful thing that we can always, take time of our own business schedule to come here to discuss those trending issues that are affecting our beloved country. I want to pay homage to all of the men and women of the armed forces of Liberia for their gallantry and for serving our country well. I personally do not have any relative currently serving in the armed forces, but I do remember my father-in-law once served in the armed forces of Liberia. He was a member of the Liberia National Coast Guard. My brother-in-law once served in the armed forces of Liberia. He was in the army. Also, my mother-in-law foster brother served as defense minister under Samuel Doe. That is Jimmy Pearson. So I have some relatives, from my wife's side that were member of the military, but I personally don't have a direct family member to serve in the military. But I want to commend them for the sacrifices they are making to keep our country safe.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There's a teaser here. I have appealed to one of the managing officers of this platform to invite the Honorable Prophet Key. I know most people would like not to have him on our platform, but he's a historical figure and we need to, whether you like him or not, we are talking about the constitution of this land. When we talk about President Doe, during his dying day, he says, Liberian people, I am talking to you. This is not about me. He said, this is like a town trap. This trap they are setting is not just for me. This trap will catch a lot of folks. After Doe died in 1990, it took another 13 years before we could see peace. I want Myean to play this little clip for us, and then we'll transition. Myean, if you have it, play it.
Yeah, but Prophet Key, I spoke to him earlier. He should have been our guest tonight. He should have come here to the show tonight, but while he was getting ready, the current in Johnsonville went off. So, yeah.
Okay. We're accommodating anytime. Myean, go ahead, play the tape. This is something that closing arguments, a clip from our archive. We own it, so we don't need permission. If we can get to it, we will play it. But it speaks to the trending issue we are talking about: the Constitution, freedom of speech, free speech, who controls power, and who owns the power. This is not about cursing. This is not about Prophet Key. This is about us. So if we have time, we'll play that clip for us to listen to it, and then we're going to move on. In the meantime, while he cueing the tape, Mr. George said Liberia to honor the late patriot Alhaji G.V. Kromah in a public memorial service in Monrovia. It's a Liberian from across the country are expected to gather Wednesday, today, to honor the life and legacy of Alhaji G.V. Kromah, a distinguished public servant whose career spanned journalism, academia, government, diplomacy, sports administration, and national leadership. The memorial and legacy celebration will take place are known today. It has already happened. Chief, what do you know about Alhaji Kromah and his legacy in Liberia?
Well, I got to know, I came to know Alhaji G.V. Kromah when, I'm a big Barrow fan. So when he became the president of Mighty Barrow, Kromah had this thing where people, but I don't know whether it was a ritual or something that was scientific, but whenever they were playing IE, Kromah would wear this red robe, and he would run it, he get on the field, wherever he says. When he put his finger on, he said 1, Barrow ended up beating IE 1. And he said 2, Barrow beat IE 2. But Kromah always come on the field. GV was a very sociable guy, popular guy, very smart. One of the most brilliant Liberians I've come across. Yes, and then when he became a close friend of Samuel Doe made him information minister there, LBS Director General, and he became information minister. And then the war came, and when the Muslims, the Maningos, when they felt that they were being targeted by the Guilds and Manos, so they put them along with the crown. And Kromah said he couldn't sit and allow that to happen. Kromah got came across with Yulimo, the United Liberation Movement for Liberia, Yulimo, and they came as a pressure group to stop the MPF or Mr. Taylor. And Kromah entered the war and became a popular person. But today I saw the likes of Professor Dr. Henry Bama Fambula Jr. I saw the CNC political leader, Musa Hassan Belete. I saw a lot of eminent state person at his program they have for him today. And I thought my brother too wrote a very good tribute today about Kromah. And it's someone that, say what you want to say about Kromah, but Kromah was someone who impacted lives of young people, especially when he taught at the University of Liberia as a professor there. He impacted a lot of young people there, and also others too. So Today is just a vivid remembrance of him, and always like to recognize the people of stature. So Kromah comes in one of Liberia's best, and that have gone to the great beyond. So I join the others who pay tribute to him today, and peace to his blessed memory.
Honorable Seaton, a great man, but there are those who say he was also responsible for the carnage in Liberia. He was a rebel leader. I mean, that's just the historical fact. What do you know as a journalist, investigative journalist? What do you know about Kromah?
Well, thank you very much. I know Haji G.V. Kromah. I know I got to hear about Kromah when he first served as the Director General of the Liberian Broadcasting System. He was one of those, along with Charles Snyder, that introduced a lottery system in Liberia for people to win car. And they had this famous program.
Expo.
They had a car, what they call it, the name they just gave it Fodo. And you understand, it was a big deal in Liberia in the 80s. And then later on, he became a Minister of Information, and the war came, and they all fled the country. And then the group in Sierra Leone, under the leadership of one General Nimle, and then General Nimle was ousted, and then Raleigh Siki was selected as the president, as the chair of Ulimbo. It was then Ulimbo. And then Kromah came on and they ousted Raleigh Siki, and he became head of Ulimbo. And there was another group of Ulimbo people. The Ulimbo was composed of fighters from the Kran and the Mandingo ethnic group. And so there was some kind of a confusion, and they broke apart, and the Mandingo ethnic group went one side, the Kran ethnic group went one side. He was heading Ulimbo K, and the late Roosevelt Johnson was heading Ulimbo J. And those are some of the role he played, but I want to specifically state that in spite of his contribution to Liberian politics, I think he led a force that seriously committed mayhem and atrocity in Liberia. I was in Liberia the whole while of the war. We saw and heard what Ulimbo K did. I don't want to dig up old wounds, but Ulimbo K committed a lot of atrocity, including the MPFL and Ulimbo J, all of them, all of the warring factions committed atrocity against the Liberian people. And it is sad that today in Liberia, we still do not have a war crime court to hold some of these people accountable for the role they play. They may not be directly involved, but they led a group of soldiers, untrained, indisciplined soldiers that committed atrocity. So the fact that they headed some of these groups that committed a wide range of atrocity against the Liberian people, they need to be held accountable. I will stop there.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is why the closing argument is intellectually potent. The Liberian men say we can tussle and tussle, but we balance it out. We are talking about an investigative journalist that were on the scene that covered the war. Let me go to the Honorable Pewee. Pewee, we are talking about Veterans Day or Armed Forces Day. We talk about men and women of war. And here we are talking about the late Haji Kromah, a patriot. While he was a great man, there is the other side. Folks say he was also a warrior. Your take?
Yes, thank you. Before I move to the professor, the current budget of the military is $20 million. I just thought to provide that information. I got that. And you're asking the question, who the commander? We don't have a commanding general. As I said, we have the brigade commander. The current brigade commander is Roland Murphy. He was part of the second class. Wooden Murphy is the brigade commander, but that's the budget. And the intent of that barrack, quickly to renovate, to get those people from the 72nd barrack, is to move in staff officers into the 72nd barrack. It's not going to be for low-ranking. It's not going to be for Nocos who are not going to go there. It's going to be for staff officer. But back to the professor. This is personal for me because he taught me into mass communication at the University of Liberia. I sat in almost 4 different classes with the professor. He taught me in most of his classes and all of things. He was a very great intellectual, very powerful, soft-talking intellectual, very good. And let me sound a little bit trouble here. Other thing, the first educated Mandigo man I ever seen her speak very wonderful English. If I want to be personal for me, very wonderful. If he spoke to you, you believe very, very soft and captivating languages and all of things. And I was shocked the day he came to class with your teaching of communication 201, the concept of journalism and all those lines, and how one can communicate, the chain of communication, all those things. So when I left from class that day, I can remember I told one of my comrades, I said, I see you as a guy is teaching communication, because he says he's a very good communicator, right? He was not only a public servant that came as, he used to, before he went to LBS and the Liberian Ministry of Information, he had a column that where he took on from. He used to write from where I sit. He started it with that column. That where I sit thing, and he started a whole issue. And now, before that, after he left, before P. Valley, Willie Russell at the time, the late Willie Russell, also started to take it up from there. Willie Russell, then Mr. Rees, Niku Rees, and the rest of it. But Mr. Kromah, Professor Kromah at the time played a very major role. He was a scholarly person coming up before in the University of Liberia, then after the University of Liberia, then into public service. And then, but he was one of those individuals, and one of the reasons why I will continue to celebrate him. He left a very powerful legacy. Part of the reason why he left a very distinct legacy, Mr. Gayman, was that he did not, despite of what unfolded. Yes, he was referred to as a warlord. That was the ugly side of things that unfolded. But there was time that I had personal time. I sat with him to his Congotan, behind Sophie Congotan resident, where we had some personal conversation and in classroom conversation collectively, while he would lecture students as to why he took on arms. He said it was the only necessary thing to do. Other than that, he thought he had not done that. The Manico speaking people would have been extinguished from the land of Liberia. He was very personal on that to me. He said, hey, I'm never a tribalist. I can never be. As a matter of fact, see his marital lines, right? The way he linked with other people he didn't. He said, if you check my record, I have never been a tribalist and I will never be one. And that's the reason why he said, but part of the good role he played, all those things happened. He was a member of the council before the election in 1997. I think he came tear of something, tear in that election, but Taylor won, landslide. Man said he came second and he came tear in that elections. But despite of that, whenever Mr. Kromah found himself in Liberia, he took on the pen and the chalk. He went back to the classroom. He impacted knowledge. He was a very great professor of communication, and he did that both from the undergraduate and the graduate era of our country in international peace studies. And remember, he was a lawyer also. He was not only, he did international law. Very good person also at that level. So Professor Kromah,
yeah, I see it. Good.
Professor Kromah's role he played was beyond the line of national politics. He played a role LBS. He did play the role at the level of the Ministry of Information, but also the national level. When the Civil War came, he advocated for the emancipation of the people through corruption, also via the line of the certain people being corrupt in the country and other things. He was one of those persons that believed at the time. And he personally told me, he said, I'm not being rejected by Liberians to be president because I don't know what I would do at the executive mansion. He said, son, I'm rejected by Liberians because my name is Kromah. He said, and you see, these are things, and he said he will hope that the next generation, our generation, will change that face. We should always go for people of character, not people of tribal link, not because of the name that you cannot be president of Liberia, but it should be because of the character that you cannot be president. If you got the way, that despite your name, despite whatsoever the role you play, all those things, you to go for everything and anything. So but he was a great, and I was proud today to see folks trying to remember his legacy, to honor him as a great statesman he was. I listened to Boyman Famune today, Dr. HB himself, for sending some political means. I think he said LeBron made a mistake, and that mistake, he said he'll go around the country to ensure that certain people are not elected, those who were elected, and they stole money from the country. He didn't call name, but I don't know what he meant, but we will be pushing to understand most of those things. We will have a debate on that and play and try to analyze some of his statement today. But Professor Kromah will be well rested, and I will hope that his legacy and his memory will be a blessing to all of us, and the impact he impacted folks going to be long lasting. And one of those directly he impacted, I didn't just see him on the television or on the newspaper, or one person that sat in front of him and directly interacted with. He taught me, and we normally used to interact. He told me, say, and I think that guess of his was perfectly correct. And he said to me, I wouldn't be surprised when you tend to be a big politician because you love this talking, and this is a smart way of talking and engaging. So as a result of that, he normally used to entertain me visiting him at his house. Sometimes I would go at his Sophie home, where we would sit some time, the entire evening hours, we talk and other things, and the rest of that. It was a very sad thing to hear that he got sick at a certain point in time. He was ill and struggling, and other things until his demise. But he's going to be a true hero that we are going to remember, and it's not because of that. I said it, I directly interacted with him, and I felt his intellectual prowess. He was an extraordinary intellectual figure with great faculty. He had an extraordinary faculty that, and that faculty went far impacting some of our own faculty also, and so today when I saw folks doing that, I was very pleased to follow it, Mr. Gayman, and I think it's a legacy worth following. Now, the other side of things, we're not going to slack on that. His legacy is always going to be that he played a role in that, like other people like Charles Gange Taylor and the rest of Madam Ellen Johnson Solid. He played that role, and he said he's always going to be proud of the role he played because he meant to protect a particular group of people, and that they would have been extinguished from the land.
Wow. Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, it looks like you are in a space that is kind of sexy, groovy. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's just my I'm sitting in my private dining room. This is where I have I host VIP guests that I trying to have private dinners, and I don't want to be in the midst of everyone else. And so I'm just sitting here. So we kind of dim the lights a little bit, but it's good to be. It's good to be on. It's great to be on. Did your guest show up?
No, we had to reschedule because electrical problem in Liberia as usual. So we will have. The platform is open anytime. They can come on here and discuss issues. There's no reason to panic. There's no reason. The platform doesn't do gotcha kind of journalism stuff. Mm-hmm. You know your record, you know who you are, and you should be ready to defend and protect your image. So this place is open to everybody, yes, but we have to reschedule.
Okay, that's good. But it's good to be on, man. So I feel like I can charm in when my term comes.
Thank you. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, I want to say congratulations. If you have anybody in the Liberian military that has served or serving, same thing to you, Robert. Today is Armed Forces Days in Liberia, and we are paying respect to our men and women in arms, those who have laid down their lives for our nation, to bequeath the Republic of Liberia to us. And what are we doing to preserve and pass it on to the next generation? So we salute those who are serving, those who have served, and those who will serve. Dr. Peabody, do you have anybody in your family that have served in the Liberian Armed Forces?
A lot of members of a lot of my first cousins from the Nyampol family. She served on Ella Nyampol. Ella is in the U.S. now. She served there. My cousin James Nyampol, he served in the military as well. But also the current Minister of Defense, Geraldine George, is a good friend of mine and very humble lady, which I happen to know personally. So I'd like to wish her kudos and congratulations on this Armed Forces, on the 65th Armed Forces Day.
69th
Armed Forces Day of Liberia, you know. So Minister George, we want to congratulate you. The easygoing minister who you don't hear talking too much and just playing low. Congratulations to all the gallant men of the Liberian Armed Forces. But one thing, women, the gallant men and women of Liberian Armed Forces. But Mr. Gayman, one thing is that I was not happy about. Our armed forces wear the same clothes every year. They don't have uniform for occasions like Armed Forces Day and things like that. The same old clothes they wear every year. I mean, I thought the military should have a special parade, gilead that they should be wearing on occasion. I think the Armed Forces Day, they should be dressed in a special, but the same military uniform you see there. I mean, I didn't feel good about them wearing the same clothes back to back, man.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a member of your family or you know anyone that has served, extend our greetings. We salute them for the job well done. We are going to go into current event. If anything is trending, Honorable George, what's trending before we go to what we have here? Usually when we do our notes here, sometimes we do it before trending issue. What is trending in Liberia that you think we should touch on?
What's trending is that the Senate today passed a decision that going forward, every Thursday, they will all wear African attire. Yeah, every Thursday they will wear African attire. The aim is to promote our Liberian culture, our Liberian clothing. So they voted. I think they came. So they decided now that every Thursday, all you see at the Senate will be African suits, everybody in African Liberian attire. I thought it was a good thing. But I thought it was a good thing, and because
that's a serious thing. They're the
Very serious.
I think it's
care about what kind of attire they wear.
a good thing.
Serious.
Man.
We are Liberian ties.
How does that benefit
protecting our
Liberia?
heritage? And you saying some
Heritage.
serious?
I mean,
Okay, guys, one at a time.
Go ahead, somebody. Sorry.
So why you need to pass a
I'm
law?
coming to you, Robert. Robert, I'm coming to you.
What?
Yeah, George. Let George land.
Go ahead, George.
Tell me, Robert. I'm serious.
So I think it was a good thing. I think it's a good thing because anytime we talk about, in a bid to promote locally made attire and boost the country's economy, the Liberian Senate led by Pro Tem Young Lawrence has a landmark decision. All senators and staff are now required to wear African attire, particularly those made in Liberia, on every Thursday session day. So they want to support our artisans, designers, and encourage the use of traditional Liberian fabrics such as lina, fly, and country cloth. So I think it's a good thing. I support it. I think I welcome it, and I think we should all embrace it because if I ever get into that legislature, maybe one time you see me wearing clothes and deal with people, maybe when I on foreign trip, perhaps maybe where the attire they takes that wear a formal attire, not that, but I think I would love to wear my African clothes all the time. In fact, I'm one person who like necktie been already. I don't like it. I love my purple suit. I love my African attire. Maybe when I go to these guys' event this weekend, and they force me to wear a necktie. Maybe I wear a necktie or bow.
Which event?
The Delaware.
Black tie
event. The black tie event. My man, you gotta be black suit with a bow.
Yes, sir.
It's a black tie.
Does black tie event really call for wearing all black?
That's right.
It does not.
Usually
Let's be honest,
it's penguin. It's usually it's penguin. We say black and white.
But everybody just wear black and white, and I'm surprised that it's not really. It's this is a black tie event.
Yes.
It's not. You know.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's
have to be in a formal dress, but you know.
Let's look at why some of us consider this particular. First of all, it is not legal. You cannot legislate my dress code. You can't say. You cannot say every Thursday you are now required as a lawmaker.
It is not legislation. It's a regulation. It's a rule they agree to, not legislation.
They agree to. That's what they agree.
It's not legislation. It's not. So let's get it straight before y'all go say different about the people.
Okay.
Not legislation.
Honorable George, can you read that again? What they said?
It's not legislation. Legislation will send it to the House of Representatives.
Listen. Let's listen to what they say.
It's for their rules.
Okay, let me read it. Okay, they said. Okay, Liberian Senate resolves on African attire for Thursday's session.
That's it.
In a bid to promote locally made attire and boost the country's economy, Liberian Senate, led by the Senate Pro Tem Yomli Kanga Lauren, has made a landmark decision. All senators and staff are now required to wear African attire, particularly those made in Liberia, on every Thursday session day. The decisions aim to support local artisans and designers and encourage the use of traditional Liberian fabrics such as lena, flour, and country cloth. The move is expected not only promote Liberian culture, but to also contribute to country economic growth. So I mean, I think it's like people said.
Robert Garguah, the operative word is required. You are required. You are mandated to wear that. Is that constitutional?
No, it's not. So one second. No, I think it's important that we really debate this, and I think. Listen, the Senate can do what the Senate chooses to do. But again, there's two things I want to mention. Whether it's a legislation or whether it's legislated or it's a resolution or there is a regulation, like Jerome just said, it's required. It's a mandate. And again, you cannot mandate my dress code. You can't do that. And the second thing I want to touch on is culture. Listen, culture and heritage should be part of who we are. And part of who we are is how we act, how we dress, and the appreciation we have for what our culture entails. And so this idea that lawmakers must be mandated to wear a cultural outfit speaks to how lost as a country we are.
Wow.
Must this.
I mean, Tomalin George, why you calling me off? Just a joke. That's a joke.
No, yeah.
The man called himself off.
Yeah, I think I was putting it back mistakenly. But if this is who we are, I mean, I don't know the last time American lawmakers or Americans generally legislated their outfits. Whatever they wear, that's the culture. That's who they are. I don't know the last time the Italians were told to wear a certain outfit. And I'll give you an example. Just recently, the Ghanaian president was seen wearing a local Ghanaian traditional outfit, where people thought it was a blast. The parliament, not the parliament, but the executive had to clarify for those who were questioning his top. He had a traditional top on with a regular pants, dress pants on, right? No one regulated him to do that. The people dress in Ghana the way they chooses to dress. No one regulated them to do that. And so it's not a bad thing. But why must we mandate it? Why is it that grown men and women who wants to promote Liberian culture, who wants to promote Liberian heritage, have to be told how to do that? It's ridiculous to me. It's ridiculous. If we know who we are as a people and we have an appreciation for our culture, then no one should tell us how to exhibit that. No one should tell us how to promote that. No one should tell us how to expose that. No one should tell us. It should not be mandated. It shouldn't be mandated. Just the way we want to eat cassava leaf on Tuesday, we can eat cassava leaf. Just the way we want to eat dumba, we can eat dumba.
Just the way we want to eat fried rice on Christmas Day, the jollof rice, we can eat jollof rice. These are cultural dishes. People can eat collard greens if they want to eat collard greens. However you were raised. There are people who are used to wearing suit, right? So if you want to promote our local culture should be ingrained in us. It should be part of who we are. No one should tell us what to do. So whether it's a legislation or whatever you want to call it, they are mandating that every Tuesday, everyone must. This is not optional. They're not telling people it's up to you. We want to promote Liberian culture, and so it's up to you. We think it's a great idea that you wear a traditional outfit. They're saying to you on Thursday, when you come into this house, you must have on a local Liberian traditional outfit. No, this is unconstitutional. And if our leaders are serious about promoting Liberian culture, they must do it organically. They must embrace that culture, and no one should tell them that they must do it before it's done. I think it's ridiculous.
Robert, I think you speak a word here. I think they should be focused on what are the pressing needs for our country and what our people need right now. You can't be focusing on those kind of things. Just like Robert said, somebody who probably have traveled somewhere and see other African wearing that attire who have been doing it from the Genesis is not coming up and saying, "Oh man, everyone has to be wearing African to promote the Liberian culture." That's different way you can promote the Liberian culture. Different ways you can do it. Organize a real fair for Liberians, educate Liberians about our different attire, the importing the Liberianization policy and our clothes and where. But Liberians don't care about those things. Most Liberians are so accustomed to the American culture. Everywhere people want to wear American clothes. Only sometimes when the Liberian come to America, people want to show the culture. They want the American men to know they're from Africa or the European men to know they're from Africa. But in Africa alone, a lot of them don't wear it. A lot of them don't even care about those things. So I think they need to focus on what the person needs for Liberian people that be telling people. You're giving the people telling to wear African clothes. Are you giving them a clothing check every month to wear these things or to purchase African clothes to wear? So that's my part. I think it's a waste of time, and I think it doesn't make sense.
Let me ask this question. Now,
Mr. Gayman.
They are mandating.
I'm coming to you after him. Yeah, go ahead.
They are mandating lawmakers to wear African clothes. Yep, this is the question I have. All of those, let's say the Senate, the President pro tem of the Liberian Senate, all of the furnitures in her office and in the Senate.
Thank you.
Are they Liberian made?
Great question.
Thank you.
Well, let me.
Thank you. Good question.
Are they Liberian made? If we want to promote Liberian businesses,
thank you.
We have to start from what? Making sure that everything in the Liberian Senate should be made in Liberia.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent point.
In Liberia.
Yes.
Excellent.
Then we know that they are really promoting Liberian businesses.
Exactly.
Thank you.
But you just said now, it should be a choice. It should be, look, we want to encourage members of the Senate every Thursday, please, if you can, bring your Liberian attire.
That's a smart man.
And you understand? Bring your Liberian attire. Just put in that request and encourage them. But don't make it a mandate.
Yeah. The Louis Vuitton bag she wear every day, like locally made bag. The Louis Vuitton bag she wear every day, locally made bag.
You see, so that's the problem.
Tomalin, what you saying?
Yes, go ahead.
Let's
go in.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Quickly. First of all, the people they had a meeting today, right? Nobody complained. The people that complain, they say, "Oh, they forced you to do it." Nobody complained from that. They all agree. They came to understand that what we would do. So I don't know why you're crying for them because people nobody said, "Oh, the people forced you to do this thing." Nobody complaining. It was a decision that they took. They came to a consensus.
No one has to complain, Tomalin. No one has to be told what the heritage and the culture is.
Let me finish now. So now the thing is that you raised a good point about the furniture thing. It starts from somewhere. What's gonna happen now? Guess what's gonna happen? The local tailor now, you find out everybody will find a tailor now because everybody want to wear a new suit every week, a new suit on Monday. I mean on Thursday, right? You wear a new suit every Thursday. You wear the same thing. What's going to happen now? Put the whole money in the pockets of local tailors now in Liberia who say, look, I need my suit for the whole month. I need every Thursday I wear new suit, new African suit, Liberian suit. So it helps. It starts from somewhere. But for me, I personally, I support it. I'm happy that they agreed to it. And when I join that body one of these days, I will love it. They all wear all day African or Liberian tie. Your netta been your European thing. And for it, man.
Okay. Let me straighten my tie here. Let me straighten my tie.
You are nicely dressed.
Yes,
you are nicely dressed.
Honorable Pewee. This is why we are saying this is a facade, right? First of all, it is mandated that you wear African attire on every Thursday. It doesn't say what happens to Robert Garguah. He come next Thursday and doesn't wear his African attire. What happens to Robert? What happens to? Are you going to kick him out? Are you going to say, listen, you're not coming here because you're not properly dressed? But then I Google the United States Congress, and I just wanted to know what is their dress code, and they say here the official dress code for the U.S. Senate floor require just business attire. Okay, it's in the resolution, men, the necessity of a coat, a tie, and a slide. That's it. You have to dress appropriately. You got to wear pants, obviously, a shirt, and a tie, and a coat. Business attire. There is no mandate that you have to wear an American Armani suit. Or you got to wear the same dress appropriately, business attire. That's all. Now in Liberia, they are saying you are mandated to wear a particular clothes. What happens that Pewee is running and he didn't find himself African attire to wear to come to the house? Will they stop you from coming to the house? Will they sanction you, or do we take you to the Supreme Court? Your take?
Yeah, basically, I will take it back quickly.
Can we please mute?
This Seaton man here, we got to find him.
I didn't want to mess with them before they said I didn't want.
Because around
I got no noise in my background. You know, your hearing paper. Your hearing paper sound, and you know this time of the year. You know the season that we are in, the season that we own in America. This time of the year. I am gathering my documents.
The man put taxes on the side. Go ahead, Pewee.
Let me take you back to where you stopped about of the United States Congress. And let me remind you of one of the senators from Pennsylvania. He goes to section, and there'll be a debate of recent, John Fetterman, right? He go there with sweatpants and hoodie or hoodie and other things, and there was time people debate, and he said that he dress code. And I thought I saw him one other time at theater. I thought it was unfortunate on the serious note, but he just that. He go there with sweatpants. That is the U.S. Congress, right?
That's right. That's right.
So all these things about the debate. But again, I will go back to, before I get there, I just spoke to Senator Thiene, because I was trying to establish first and foremost it's part of the rule. He said it's not part of their rule first and foremost, because the Constitution mandated them to fix their own rules. So that's why I said if it is part of, but I knew clearly it was not legislated, but sometimes it can be part of their rule, but it's not part of their rule. It was something that the pro tem were trying to project, and that she needed folks to abide by. But some of the senators said yes, and some didn't say yes to this. So that thing that's coming, also some of them got their own reservation about this. But the reason why I was buying into it is that we do have, my dear brother Raul spoke of Ghana and other things. If you went to Ghana also, the Ghana got their Fuku Day, and it's FU, maybe I'm saying FUGU. They get that is a national attire they have, and it was pushed that every Wednesday. So this is not unconstitutional. So those of us that are saying it's unconstitutional or it's inappropriate or whatsoever, or it's something of a mandation. Now, it's not an issue about mandating. Like the Ghana Minister of Tourism stated, this is meant to project our national outfit. It's not mandation, right? So to do that, and Madam Salif in one of her State of the Nation address in 2017, then I was there in Arizona, I can remember in school where I listened to her that day. She said, moving forward, every every Liberian should wear what country attire every Friday. She said that. And the first 3-4 months, almost 6 months, everybody listening at the time. Some folks still do that though. In Liberia, normally on Friday, most of us will wear other culture, right? And other things. Let me go back to Raul, you also in the hospitality area. You'll note that in certain area, I don't know if you will say that mandation there, but that is tantamount to mandation, where they will say you have to wear business.
That's right.
Dress in a business something. Is that not mandation?
It is mandation, but
so is that also unconstitutional?
No. Entities, not government.
That rules are certain, right?
Right. So entities, every business have the right under state laws to establish dress code and attires, right? So based on the business. So for instance, right, if you go to the Myean is more business oriented. That means we have more business guests that are in house. So managers are required to wear all suits. If you went and the dress shirt. If you went to the Renaissance, for instance, Renaissance is considered under the Marriott brand more leisure, like more fun, right? More hippie. So managers are not required to wear all suit. You can wear a jeans, but you have to wear a dress shirt and a jacket, right?
Excellent.
With a slack, right? But you can't do that. You can't do that, for instance, at the Hyatt. You have to wear all dress suit. The only thing you're not required to wear is a tie. So these entities have the right to establish a dress code, and you, as an applicant, also have the right to accept these rules and regulations, or don't accept them. That means you can't work with the company. In the house, though, government is different. They are elected by the people. And so what I'm saying on constitutional is that if the people elected you, there should be a dress code that says business attire, but not one that specifies African or this. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, excellent. And I was just going back, and that's why every institution, even government institution, will have their own regulations as to the dress code. And there will be code of conduct, code of dress code, code of conduct, as we have. Yes, that's Madam Ellen Johnson Sully. That was her trademark dress code.
There you go.
That was her trademark dress code. Every institution with Dr. Peabody, because you around vehemently from the offset refuted this thing, right? But my point to counter that is every institution, and the reason why I asked about the question, he answered it well. It was where I was trying to help, but I needed him to give me to the spring bowl to conclude on this matter. Now, every government institution will have their own dress code. Every government institution will have their own code of conduct. And in the code of conduct also, there's something enshrined in it that is bringing to you dress code. Like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we do have a dress code. The Ministry of Finance do have a dress code. The Ministry of this will have a dress code. The Liberian National Police will have a dress code.
So let me ask you a question, Pewee. What's the difference? What the Ministry of Finance dress code? How is it different as opposed to the expected dress code for government and government officials generally? So, for instance, the Ministry of Finance, how does that dress code differ as opposed to the Ministry of Education if it's not business attire?
And that's why I would say they will have the same. But even the Ministry of Education, you cannot go to the Ministry of Education with jean trousers, just clothing, you're going to a business line. But particularly, I'm referencing the Foreign Ministry and that of the Ministry of Finance. It's normally business attire.
Right.
Yes. Business attire. Then they will tell you on Fridays, you can carry business casual or casual.
Right.
Right. Business casual or casual.
That's correct.
So the Liberian Senate is trying to do, though all of them have not agreed upon this, but they're trying to project something. So every Thursday, we do this to project our national attire. And what's in our national attire? Our normal country cloth. And I have making my business now moving forward on this show every Friday. For me, I will wear the country cloth on this show. If I'm on the show every Friday, if I don't have it, someone remind me that if I will have to do it over and again every Friday moving forward, I will do it. But let me go quickly to Mr. Sita's question here. I can remember part of when Kamara took over the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. There was an agreement that certain percent of the budget in terms of furniture should go directly. They said they will not even pay. The Ministry of Finance wouldn't even process any voucher that wouldn't hire Liberian, carpenters to do furnitures. And at the time, Kamara took, that's what the reason why he did office then, it was all local Liberian furnitures furnishing material went into the office. Now, it started pushing through the lands in certain areas. I don't know if member of the House did. Listen, I don't want to blindly support someone, but I don't know the consequence. And the reasons why most of our folks don't really go to the labyrinth, get the labyrinth furniture. Some of them said the quality is not good. That's the reason. But what we've studied over the period of time, I did my own investigation on that, is the kickback they receive from what the guy on Randall Street name. What's the biggest furniture area guy name in Jema furniture?
Yeah, the Jema that one Yaka called us the all got voucher.
Yes. So most of them get serious kickback, but they will push the furniture into the guy. That's why the people who not play, they have super million there today. So they will go to the area. If one office is expected to, in the budget, they got to get furniture of around maybe $12,000. I'll go to Jema will supply. Jema, last thing you bring in for $12,000. They bring it in and you take 6, you give me 6. Jema can supply. So that's one of the reasons. So they can't go to any library.
Yeah, I will join you.
Amara, actually,
every Friday I'll read African to you. I will join you.
That's not what people said.
Amara introduced that.
Every Friday,
I'm actually introduce that system, Mr. Sito, as you're saying, that we try to promote the labyrinth, to start using labyrinth furniture. Even in the executive mansion, the president even said that he would use some. President Seleke started using some, even in the foreign ministry and all those things. So it's part of that we can do. But moving forward for me, I think that is kind of a way they want to project our national attire, and that should be part of the representation of our national exam and other thing and moving on. But wearing our country something, the Ghanaians, something they call it, say Ghana declare Wednesday Fuku Day to promote traditional outfit, all of things. That's this. There's a clue. I know most of all familiar. Last time in Ghana, I got some. This is it. This. I know we've seen this hoodie.
I got 2 of those.
That's it.
That's what the president wearing. The president did. The president Mahama is there.
But Sylvester, the Ghanaian named 3 traditional clothes in their parliament: the kente, the fuku, and the smock. The smock.
No, but people, I just try to throw back to you because the way you put them out. You spend most of your time and you live there too. They got Wednesday as the National Fuku Day. I just want to bring this to you.
So Ghanaians, they declared the traditional attire. Sylvester, Ghanaians declared their traditional attire to be worn in the parliament. So it's not even a special day. They declared traditional attire.
Not even the parliament, the entire country, national day. Wednesday.
But Pewee, this is what we are talking, right?
So I mean, we should encourage that other Peabody. Yeah, I think we should encourage them about this. They get to
you said a European. They tell them to wear African clothes. You can't even promote the Seaton said. You can't even promote local business.
I'm telling you, man.
They started small projecting the librarian. But let's think again. Yes, Mr. Gayman, just a few seconds. The challenge we have about Mr. Sita, sometimes we sit here, we just want to say everything about the country. It's not all the country. The challenge we have about the local, now we have few local furnishing centers that are trying to really do some wonderful librarian furniture that we see. It's difficult to distinguish between locally made librarian furniture and that of international imported furniture. They got some very smart carpenters we have that are doing it. But the challenge here is most of our carpenters don't have the capacity to do some of these things. So what Amara intended to do and they started to do was that put the money in the budget, try to empower, and that's how this PA funding project came about, to enhance their capacity. Now, somebody will have to bring some of those machinery from out and other things. There's an area they call Zio. You can remember that people when we sat to the car wash, where we normally used to sit to the car wash when there's some on the boulevard there. There's a door furnishing door area. There where I got all my doors from. They do modern doors, panel doors. Most of one of those go from around $200, $300, $400. Very wonderful doors. The guy that brought it, he was in Germany. He brought the machine, but he did live now. So today, if they are doing doors for you, they got some very attractive modern panel doors. When you put on your house, you sit, you admire to weigh loading all of things. So that's only the reason, Mr. Sita, we have the capacity problem. But we started
the
giving
capacity
the
problem,
leverage to them.
and I'm glad
I would disagree.
Let me just respond to him. And I'm glad you made mention of the capacity problem. And I also want to thank former Minister Kamara for putting that into place. But the question now is it still happening? That is not happening.
I won't speak to that for now.
That is not happening. So because of that, many of the local furniture manufacturers, they don't have the capacity. I think what needs to be done, if these people really want to promote Liberian businesses, codify it into law that, look, certain portion of the national budget should be set aside specifically to support local Liberian businesses. Qualify that into law so that it cannot be on the whims of a minister. Because you see what Kamara did, it was based on his own conviction. The other ministers that went there, they didn't do that. Let
me correct you. Not based on his own conviction.
Can I come in?
Use that.
Yeah,
let me say this.
1 minute, guys.
Let me say before you go on. I don't want this hanging before he goes.
Yeah, I want Dr. Peabody to get next. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This was generated by, it was projected by his thought process, but the cabinet agreed to this. This was taken to cabinet meeting. The cabinet agreed to this.
That's fine.
Implement
but it should be
he alone have just, he brought the idea, he projected the idea, but the cabinet bought into it and the president approved it.
Exactly.
And the president approved it. And that was the administration of Madam Salih.
Madam Salih, yes, correct.
Yeah, Madam Salih. What I'm saying, if it was qualified into law, every succeeding government will follow that.
Yeah. Let me say this, guys. Look, we're not ready yet to support our local Liberian businesses. All government, half of government budget goes into these Lebanese people. Office supply, building supply, automobile, it all goes to these Lebanese people. Liberia have the mentality that if it is not made in America or somewhere in Europe, then it's not good. That's the mentality that we have grown up with and continue to grow. There are good furniture people, Liberian furniture. I even bought some of those furniture before in Liberia. There are great beds and other stuff, but Liberians would not want to patronize the local Liberian business because we think what is made in Liberia is not even good. Our lawmaker, Kamara, passed this. Came out with this a long time ago, more than 10 years ago. How many Liberian lawmakers you go in the office, you will see one Liberian made a desk or one Liberian made chairs and stuff like that. We don't want it because we claim that it's not expensive, it's cheap. We want expensive stuff. These people are just up for vla. They're just vla on there today by that. They're not serious about it. Let them start promoting the Liberian businesses.
Dr. Peabody, the Kamara code that passed that law, have you seen him wearing anything other than
yes, he wears it all the time. He wears it.
So, guys, let's listen to this. Let's listen to this clip.
No, but they brought out thing about that furniture thing. 100% in Kamara office were all locally made.
Well, it's not about him. It's about the country. It's everybody doing it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, guys.
And I agree with you on that.
Let's listen to this clip and let's discuss it on the other end. I'm hoping the guy will play it, but he didn't play it.
That's why destroying this country today. We have passed one message about man, take your time, because your mouth. Even you go in your community, the Marcos are taking over the country. The whole country is polluted with Marcos. And we say this country will be of Christian principle. We say this country have culture and tradition. Where are we heading in this country? For some political reason, people are afraid to implement the law. Because of what? This country is getting damaged. Liberia is polluted with Marcos. Even some of the lawyers are very corrupt.
Liberia is polluted with all kind of
You listen to this man, guys.
No, but we've been hearing that a long time.
No, but I want you to listen to it.
Play again. Play after the game.
Liberia is polluted with Marcos.
So, we don't know. I just said the witness to That there are people, there are cases here. People are sending names. People are sending names to people 5 times, 10 times. You are not talking about that. And when I say the lawyer, why you give it out? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the reason I play this, he is asking the question, why aren't we discussing real issues that are affecting this country? We're talking about land issue that is about to bring war. We are talking about concession issue. You're leaving it aside. You're talking about Marcos. When Marcos is everywhere, he has proliferated our society. So I brought this back to this particular topic. How is this thing about dress code on Thursday putting food on our table? How is it addressing the economic situation in our country? How is it addressing the pay situation that this military has had since 1907? How is it addressing our education system? This is another smoke screen. This is another distraction to not discuss the real issue. We talk about a budget that just passed. And this budget is full of pork. We talk about pork everywhere. The Senate Protein Office is a pork barrel by itself. The Vice President's office, the President's office, the Speaker's office. You're not talking about any of these things, and you're talking about somebody cussing somebody's man, somebody cussing the judiciary. That's why he's saying, why aren't we discussing real issue? This is why we are talking about this. This dress code is a flimsy distraction, and we shouldn't fall for it. The Senate and the House should be talking about issues that affect the daily living of our people. Why are they talking about dress code? It's a fiasco. Robert Garguah, your take.
And everything you just said, I concur 100%. And by the way, shout out to my dear sister from Atlanta. She said this Robert got a hard time. Yeah, sometimes
you let her give you a hard time.
I got hard time sometimes, but I'm a nice guy. And you know that. But we're getting ready to celebrate her birthday. So I hope to see Tomalin in the city for that. We're getting ready to celebrate.
Ma didn't invite me to the party.
She got to send you the invite. So we're getting ready to celebrate her birthday. So I can't wait for that.
Okay.
It's next month, I think. Huh? No, it's in March. It's in March. I think the first week in March, I believe. Okay. So yeah, but listen, everything you just said. Yeah, March. See, there you go. Someone got the invitation. Everything you just said.
All right, Mark, you send it to your special people. I don't need it.
Yeah, you see, not to the closing argument about special people. You see how they do it.
I don't need it again, Mark. Don't send it to me.
If a white man had done that, we say he prejudiced. You know, that black people. We all black here. You take the thing. We are all on this platform. You send it to Tomalin. You left Dr. Peabody out. You left Pewee out.
Mr. Jerome, life is not fair. You know the scene where all of them go to like bro from the closing argument. But when Tomalin get the invitation, only Tomalin can go. The vice president only send Tomalin the invitation. Tomalin can go president, everybody else can go. And Dr. Peabody is aware. So the high can be sometimes. It can be fair sometimes. But listen, everything you just said, I agree 100%. And Sylvester, there's nothing wrong. I don't want to say there's something wrong with what they're doing. What I am saying is, if we truly have an appreciation for our culture, we should not be forced to display that. We should appreciate who we are as a people. And you know, we don't have, like, Liberia is a country of many traditions. We have 16 counties in Liberia, and all 16 counties, though they might have some similarities in the implementation of our traditions, but it's practiced differently, right? And so the Bassa man or the Lofa man may not wear the same thing, you know. The same. Some people just wear lapa, the ta lapa. That's the only traditional outfit. And so when you're trying to implement these things, I think I would appreciate people who are in leadership, who have an appreciation for our culture. They should be given the free will. They should be given a free will. Can you mute yourself? Mute yourself.
Hey, I'm on my show. Let me call you back.
Jerome, you gonna get in trouble one day. Oh.
Yeah, the guy is sensitive to background noise.
It's a hot mic. I'm sorry.
The message there, Raul, message there.
Yeah, I was sensitive to hard back.
I'm trying to save the man because somebody come and says, "Oh, it's not meant for the hot mic," and we're on national. We're on national radio.
Raul, yeah, but say okay, oh, like I'm sorry.
Yeah, you see? like you will give me another excuse. Oh, okay, I'll call you again. Now your show. Yeah, so I'm trying to save people, man. Oh man. But anyway, it made me lose my train of thought. But we have different counties in Liberia.
Okay, oh, you can always tell me.
Dr. Peabody says, check your inbox. You got your own invitation there already. Robert Garguah, you are out. Pewee, you are out. Singer, you are out. I am out. So listen, man, it gotta be our deodorant.
Every day you got excuse. Okay, oh. When you get the show, I'll be the excuse now with my wife. Oh, okay, oh. But listen,
I'm checking my invite.
That was funny. But listen, we're a country of many practice tradition, and I think even people like us. Listen, I wasn't fortunate enough to be raised in Liberia as I wish I would have been raised in Liberia. I left when I can't even speak my dialect, you know, and no one's gonna hold over my head. But I'm a proud Bassa boy. My dad speaks and write his dialect. My mom speaks.
You know, brought your dad speaking and write dialect.
Yeah, but by the time but Sylvester, by the time I was focused on school, man. I wasn't.
You still learning.
People are working and stuff.
I'll go to school, learning how to speak Loma.
But you see, it's easy. But easy when you start learning from a baby, when you start learning from childhood. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know. And they took away that opportunity from a lot of us. You know, a lot of us who wish we had the opportunity to grow up in Liberia, but we still have an appreciation of our culture, and that appreciation, I think, must be shown in how we conduct ourselves, what we wear, what we choose to promote, and think it should not be forced upon us. That's all I'm saying. I like this whole idea. For instance, it's not a law that if you're in high school, I remember back in the day, I'm not sure if it's still happening, young girls had to comb their hair, 6 or 7 cornrow, right, to go to school. In Ghana, for instance, where I went to elementary school, it was mandated that you had to cut your hair. That tradition is still there. It's not a law, but it's a practice tradition across the country. So we need to, the same thing on Sunday. Who says Sunday you can't eat pampata on Sunday? There's no law that says you can't eat pampata on Sunday. But when you go to Liberia, you ask the cook to cook pampata, they always look at you funny. Oh no, you can't eat red oil on Sunday. Oh, we gotta cook this, we gotta cook that. Who told you I can't eat red oil on Sunday? Who told you this is what I want to eat? I want to eat cassawali anytime. I want to eat jollof rice. No, you can't eat jollof rice this time. You gotta wait for Christmas Day. No, I want to eat it right now. So all of these things are things that we've implemented. No selling on Sunday because Sunday is considered the rest day. But in other areas, there are bars that are still open. Those people are not resting. You know, there are entertainment centers open, but you just can't go to the market. We should appreciate our culture, and it should not be forced upon us. And the best example that lawmakers can set is the example that shows when no one is watching. It's the example that shows when the cameras are not rolling, when they're not making headlines. It's the what Mr. Seaton talk about. What are you doing? Is your bedroom frame? It's a Liberian owned business, right? The bed that you have, all of the different things, the furniture in your room, in your homes, the plaques, the design. Is it Liberian influence? Is it European influence? Or is it American influence? We shouldn't try to make headlines for the wrong reason. It should be who we are, and it should be practiced. Lastly, on this thing about this Myean podcast, listen. If Prophet Key was on this show today, I would ask him, do you not know any other form of communication other than insults? Because I've never heard Prophet Key communicate in a responsible, intelligent way. And I think he set a standard for himself. I do not expect Prophet Key, or I do not expect to engage Prophet Key in any intellectual setting. I do not respect him. I have no respect for him. he's not the kind of guy who I believe can sit and have a reasonable, logical conversation. And I would choose just not to engage him, to be honest with you, because I get nothing out of him, right? And so, but apart from Perfect Key,
You will get Marcos, so
apart from Perfect Key,
you will get Marcos out of him.
apart from Perfect Key, Mr. Sita, like the man just said, there are people cussing all across the country. The issue is not just about Perfect Key cussing. The issue is a branch of government using or abusing its contempt power, right, to address what I think is an individual problem. If Perfect Key costs your mind, Perfect Key costs your pie, and that has have any kind of impact on your life, sue him. Go to court and prove that. What does Perfect Key costing the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice mind, pa? What does that have to do with Liberia? What does that have to do with the judicial branch of government?
Let me read a provision of the Constitution.
Wait, let me land real quick.
All right, bring it down small, Nanda.
Yeah, no, none of this have anything to do with us. So my impact also, what the same Mark Jabata are talking, but the same men who are on national radio telling Reverend Levi, you see, you divorced 3 times. And he was attacking Levi personally, even though he didn't cause Levi's wife, but that was a personal attack. It didn't benefit our conversation. So there are people who are doing ridiculous things all the time, but we are focused on mind causing. What about those criminals that's in government? What about those folks who are stealing from the Liberian people? What about war laws that have not been held accountable? What about these things? There are people who are doing worse things in our country, and we have not held them accountable. Do you know how much I would appreciate if the Supreme Court were to hold every criminal, every warlord, everyone who brought war to Liberia, everyone who got the country all over the place was over, if they were to be held in contempt, to say why they should not go to jail for the crime they committed? Why are we not addressing these most serious things? We're talking about mind and power costs. I mean, come on, man. This is an embarrassment.
Let me Mr. Seaton.
Yeah, let me read.
1 minute. We got the definition of all of these articles of the Constitution. That is not in debate here. This is what he's saying. The judges are corrupt. He said it. The lawyers are corrupt. He said we got things that are more germane to the well-being of this country that is not being addressed by the Supreme Court. And you go after my court, where my court has permeated the entire society. It's everywhere. How are you going to address that instead of addressing land issue, disputes, concession agreement, things that are germane to the life of the people? The Supreme Court is not addressing these things, but you're going after my cause. This is what he's saying. It makes no sense.
Like, you know, to be honest with you, while it is true that Mr. Jabata has the right to his views, we should also look at it in a different context. Yes, it is true. The Supreme Court is supposed to look at cases that are on its docket right now. There are several cases on the docket of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is supposed to be looking at those cases to rule on those cases, so as, because I want to believe there are so many cases, including land cases, including corruption cases, including injury and all the different vices in the society. They are on the docket of the Supreme Court. Let the Supreme Court go and review those cases, pass judgment on those cases to provide relief for those people who are asking for relief. That's one. Two, the Constitution of Liberia, and this is is almost similar in continuation to what we discussed yesterday. And I just want to read this. It says, that is Article 15. It says, Article 15A, it says, every person shall have the right to freedom of expression, being fully responsible for the abuse thereof. This right shall not be curtailed, restricted, or enjoined by government, save during an emergency declared in accordance with this Constitution. That's 15A. Then let's go all the way down to, I'm not going to read everything, 15E. It says, this freedom may be limited only by judicial action in proceedings grounded in defamation or invasion of the rights of privacy and publicity, or in the commercial aspect of expression in deception, false advertising, and copyright infringement. So here's my point. If the Chief Justice feels that he is harmed by the utterances of Prophet Keith, let him take him to court. It's right there. It's implied in the Constitution. You can just summon somebody because the person say, because you're a man, so you summon them, you charge them for contempt. I don't know.
That abuse of power,
that's
abuse
a
of power we're
abuse
talking
of power.
about.
You see, but the Constitution is clear. Even though he said the Constitution is clear, and in his interpretation, he said, one of the Supreme Court can interpret the Constitution, but it's clear. If you feel that he defamed your character,
take him to court.
You sue him, take him to court. And Mark Jabata is right. There are so many issues affecting the country. But here's the thing. The Supreme Court don't go look for cases. People have to take cases to the Supreme Court. But there are tons of cases on the docket of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has not ruled any of them yet. But they are going after somebody, I would just say a low-land person, and try to elevate him to a highest level. It's ridiculous.
Well, Pewee, Jabate said the court is corrupt, the judges are corrupt, the lawyers are corrupt. Should the Supreme Court hold him in contempt? Before you answer that, let me read the definition of contempt here. It says, contempt of the Supreme Court is a legal power to punish individuals who impede the process of the court by disruption, impeding, stopping the court from doing its job. Those are the key legal requirements for contempt. So did Prophet Q do anything that impeded the progress and the functions of the court?
Yeah, excellent, Mr. Gayman. But Mr. Sito just left. I don't have the Constitution, but you can sense he was just there. I didn't want him to read for us. Mr. Sito, are you there?
I think he's in the back.
Mr. Sito is in the back. I just want him to read for Article 74 of the Constitution also. You see, 74, and I agree with Mark Jabate, to be frank. I normally don't agree with him on a lot of things because I believe he's screwed up some gibberish of the time and other things. He's one of those. Yes. So that's why. And the reason
a little better than Prophet Key.
The reason why he's sounding this way, he afraid of Prophet Key, so he tried to do things the way he's doing a public relation. He's doing a public relation bidding for Prophet Key here. That's why he's saying these things. He's not saying it because that's not his comrade, right? So, but that go back to, I think, and I agree with him that the judges and the court is corrupt. And I'm not agreeing with him because he said it. I'm agreeing with him because he's saying what has been said by many reasonable institutions, individuals, even the world's most powerful country, the United States of America. A lot of the report, back-to-back report that have come out of the State Department, the Human Rights Report, the State Department Business Climate Report, they emphasize huge public sector corruption. And part of this public sector corruption, they put more emphasis on the judiciary. They said the judiciary is the most corrupt government institution, government of Liberia. So there are systemic corrupt system there. The corruption there, Mr. Gayman, is so systematic to the extent that the clerk is corrupt, the man next to the clerk is corrupt, the judge is corrupt, those on the bench are also deemed corrupt by those reports that have been coming up. And we've been seeing them. So if you put your case on the docket in the judiciary or in any sacred court, any court of records, you have to, in certain case, you have to move after the judge. Sometimes the judge will deliberately, intentionally, with malicious intent, put your case aside because they believe you won't get no money from their case. The judges will pick the cases they believe that will bring some money, that got some money balls in. And sometimes they will run out their decision on the basis of who can give the deep pockets. Now, part of the reason why there have been a lot of slews, I will use the word slews of accusations that this current Chief Justice have been involved into different corrupt accusations also, is that if you went to this place, he got land there. You went to this place, he got land. This community, he got land. This community, he got land. If not properties, he goes, he will have them. Do you know how he acquired most of the land as people are always perceived or allegedly? It is those that are illegally selling land that will go to court and they will win cases, then the dancing. The Liberia man called the dancing with more land, or Nigerian man says dancing with land.
I heard that too.
This is terrible for the country. It's terrible. And the people be saying that. That's why the people here, they can go study it. The judges will bid. That's why you see most of the judges in Liberia are people that own a lot of properties. Do you know why they own properties? They don't own properties because they earn it justly. So what we can do, Mr. Gayman, is for us to go by that whole contempt thing. He's the telling Front Page Africa that they say they now have the contempt thing that is questionable. Because Article 74 of the Constitution says that they cannot define, they are defining contempt in their own way. That definition you read is something they impose on us, the people of Liberia. It's not something that the Constitution instructed us to do. Here's what the Constitution says in Article 74. The contempt of the court, the Supreme Court, and all other courts, the penalty shall be fixed by the legislature. The penalty shall be fixed with the legislature and shall be in keeping with fundamental rules of the Constitution of Liberia. That is due process. And that have to be done by the legislature. The legislature have never, ever fixed any penalty for contempt of the court. Unlike the contempt of the legislature in Article 44, that is defined. That is defined. And it says in Article 44, it says anything that impedes the function of the legislature, going and coming from section, it is tantamount to contempt of the legislature. And it went far to say the penalty thereof shall not be beyond the sitting of the legislature. Meaning, if Sylvester Pewee is saying contempt by the legislature, if their sitting is going to be from January to September, they cannot punish me beyond September if they are still seated. The Constitution is abundantly clear. There's no ambiguity on that portion of the Constitution.
It's very explicit.
But for some to fall, where they're trying to hold Prophet Key, there's serious, questionable ambiguity that still needs a lot of explanation because the legislature have not fixed the penalty thereof. So what he's saying about they be corrupt, I agree. When I said it to me, he said maybe I will not buy my next plane ticket to go. And no problem. But I will say this, that Yami Bese showed to us that he's not a serious Chief Justice when he went there from the get-go, started appointing his son. His son, taking somebody that is competent from their post and bringing an incompetent son in the need of nepotistic appointment. So there's a lot of things that will prove to us that we're not serious yet. And he's right about what he said. How can we change that? It's about us, we that are here today, to be loud, and not only loud, but be consistent about it. It will need machine, and I agree too, Prophet Key was that today laughing. He said those that will do things will cause them, but his style of causing, we can't shame them by causing them. We shame them by exposing them, mounting pressure on them, and calling on our international power to punish some of them, and then the Liberian people will go and take decisions via the power of Article 1 of the Constitution. All that all we can do, but listen, that court is not a serious thing to do, and there will be shame. Tomorrow, if Prophet Key were to move tomorrow in there, if his lawyer, most of the lawyers are cowards because they are afraid of the Supreme Court. They believe they don't want the Supreme Court to suspend their lesson, then they'll have no room to practice, so they will go there. If I were the lawyer for him, I would have gone to the court tomorrow and tell him, Your Honor, about the contempt of I would have read that big debate. I would say, Your Honors, the contempt of the Supreme Court Article 74 have not yet been defined. If you are holding my client in contempt, why are you holding in contempt? What is contempt of the court? And if he's found liable, let's agree he's found liable for contempt of the court, what's going to be the penalty? And the legislature said they shall fix the penalty, but they have not fixed the penalty. How do you punish him? That would be the question I will leave. I will rest here.
Mr. Gayman.
Yes.
Welcome, Mr. Nagbe. I want to say something.
Yeah, let me welcome Honorable Nagbe. Nagbe, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. It's good to be joining you guys. I'm listening in. I'm enjoying some of the conversation. I've been between here and there, but I listened to the Armed Forces Day review, GV Kromah's contribution, Alhaji, and all that. So I appreciate it. The history lesson are very, very informative. But it's good to be here. Happy Armed Forces Day to you all. We how many years? 69, I believe. The Armed Forces.
Yes.
Yeah.
69.
Yeah. So this is the time when governments, display the might of the armed forces. I don't know. I saw a picture with cloth wrapped around it. I don't know whether it was a gift or whatever. But hey, happy Armed Forces Day to Republic of Liberia, and we're moving. It's good to be here.
You're talking about the one that were carrying the king of Liberia?
Come on now. It is not unusual for the chief of staff, the commander-in-chief to ride on something. What the honorable is saying here is we have some beautiful machines that have been donated to us over the years. At least Guahadu parade and something not just. Pewee, you were there when on Weir's turn when those beautiful machines came in. Different. I think they were like tanks, mini tanks.
Yeah.
Beautiful car that the military could display.
So for history purposes, Tomalin, 1 second, for history purposes, who was the last Liberian that was put on a pickup truck to do his inspection during the Armed Forces Day parade?
Robert Garguah Jr.
So you're not studying around team, man. That thing is not normal in Liberia. Not normal thing in Liberia.
You never had an 85-year-old president. Don't even say that.
Yeah, but that's not my business. That is my business. The president is not. If a president cannot carry out his function, then the president should be retired. The president got elected to understand the full responsibility.
FDR came to Liberia and he did his review in a car too. So go ahead.
Quickly, something happened late this evening and it's trending. Maybe the news. I thought our foreign expert would have picked it up. I'm sure you haven't gotten it yet. But about Liberia's bid to the AU security.
The AU.
But now. The people when I got on the show, I received messages that they say, Liberia or big blow to Liberia foreign relations as Liberia failed to secure the African Union Peace and Security Council. But the foreign minister just came out with a release to counter that. Okay, Liberia announced that the candidacy for the African Union Peace and Security Council seat on February 2nd. But then apparently election was held today. But according to the foreign ministry now in a release just came out an hour ago, they said that they would say the decision Liberia bid for the next available opportunity in accordance with tenant ECOWAS has Liberia withdrew from Liberia. President Boga withdrew Liberia from going for that seat. So I hope Pewee, maybe you know about this a lot, but I just got this from the foreign ministry release. Liberia, the politics in Liberia are so funny now. Right now, the opposition are saying that it's a big blow to Liberia foreign relations as Liberia failed to secure a seat at the African Union Peace and Security Council for a 2-year term. Okay, they say Liberia, Sierra Leone represent Africa, West Africa instead of Liberia. But Liberia came out today and said, no, there's not a big blow. They're saying that the government of Liberia has reaffirmed a strong commitment to regional peace and security by demonstrating leadership and solidarity with ECOWAS. Okay, in light of the evolving security dynamics in the Sahel region, Liberia has withdrawn. Liberia bid for President Boga withdrew Liberia bid from the AU Peace SC. So maybe we can discuss it quickly if we got the time. That what you think? I believe the government withdrew Liberia because they wanted to support the other African countries, but the others are saying no. Liberia did not made it there. So I don't know what your take on it. We're talking about is African Union seat security.
What of that? The government did not withdraw because of they wanted to support other African country. The government withdrew because they were going to be massively defeated from getting a seat. We ought to be very clear. You see, and one thing we can say, the reason why the government wanted this UN Security Council thing to be a non-permanent member on the Security Council was that the work was done by the past regime. The past regime set the stage. It's just like a government's continuity if you came and all of things, but the past regime, it was clear that they were going to give it to Liberia this time around because of the work that they have done over the period of years and the way Liberia channel with allies and the support within the global realm of international rule-based order. But for this, it's developing and there's going to be more things coming up. The African Union countries, so Liberia have from time to time, we've not exhibited a strong camaraderie in terms of supporting the network. So most of this country were inclined to not support Liberia. I think Liberia this morning performed in terms of projecting her candidacy to the seat. But the reason why the withdrawal came...
So you don't believe what the foreign minister is saying?
No, the foreign minister is doing what we call... it's a public diplomacy initiative the foreign minister is going on. It's what we call fixing the bad public relation. They preempting, they're trying to pre-bunk or not, they're trying to deflect potential debunking of their despondent way they handle this whole candidacy thing for the Security Council of the African Union. So they did not. They would do from it. Is there like, hey, you're going to I'm going to contest with Rawa in something. I believe I saw Rawa potential and he waited all those things. 5 minutes to the team, I will do. No, I'm not doing it because I did it because of the fear of being heavily defeated and other things. Listen, we ought to be, and that's what we said from the beginning. There's nothing much happening in terms, everything that is happening with our foreign policy objective currently is not because we have leveraged anything from that perspective. It's just happening coincidentally in terms of that. Everything was fixed. The We administration see the trend. There are letters that the Kenya administration, the We administration pushed forward for the African Union. There were plans that were projected from that side. It just fit into this madam being the current foreign minister, and this woman is the current president of Liberia. So they will celebrate that. And the government will celebrate. I would have celebrated myself. But again, the only thing they didn't do well is to give credit to the past regime, that the past regime played some major role in setting the stage for Liberia to be projected at this level we just got this year. But again, if you could get this on your own, why you couldn't get the EU on your own? Right. Due to your diplomatic skills in moving along in international politics. So that's the case.
No, but Labra explain why. Explain why they didn't pursue it.
That really, that's what I said to you. They are on the public relation fix and analysis here. They're trying to push them to fix things for themselves. Nothing. They didn't do nothing. And that thing is, why do you think they're rushing with this communication out? Because they know the backlash is going to be heavy. But yes, it's nothing good about that. But I know you got some level of sympathy for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So they will be inside land that will understand some of these things. But it's unfortunate that it wouldn't get as a country. But I think the ministry put it and this money perform in that direction.
And I'm also hearing that
disagree, man.
The EU. I'm also hearing that the EU do not trust the voting record of Liberia, and this is a major concern. The fact that Liberia has not stood on its own when it comes to its foreign policy standards. We don't have no foreign policy standards. You saw what happened recently when the Ghanaian government issued a statement. Literally, been very strong on the U.S. Invasion of Venezuela, right? And you saw what that contrast that to what Liberia did, and so I'm hearing that there have been concerns about Liberia's independence when it comes to the record of voting along with the U.S. on literally everything. And this is what I continue to say. It's one thing to have respect and support for a traditional ally, but it's another thing for us not to have our own core values and standards and principles where foreign policy or international, these kind of decisions are first guided by us and not the Americans. You know, we can't just do everything the American tells us to do, and we can't just agree with everything the American does. You know what I'm saying? That we got to have our own standard as a sovereign country to say, listen, we respect the Americans, we'll be diplomatic about this, but what the Americans are doing does not reflect our own action. Look at what happened recently when the Liberian government announced their willingness to accept a man. Listen, I don't give a darn what was happening to this guy, but clearly, if his record, if the American did not feel that citizens were safe for this man and his family to live in America, why would he be safe in Liberia? Why? I never understood that. The Ghanaian rejected it. Other countries in West Africa rejected it, but Liberia went to it, and people were celebrating. Oh well, this is strategically a good thing for Liberia because we want the MCC compact. But are you thinking about the safety of our people and the community this guy's gonna live in? If he's not safe in America, the most powerful country in the world, if he's not safe in these environments where people have guns of their own, where people, their systems and processes and rules, right? The security is good yet. That in Liberia, where we're still struggling and we have a fragile security, that this guy is okay. So I don't have any concerns about Liberia's independence when it comes to these kinds of decisions. And the AU will rather support a candidate who had with the more stronger independence and a more clearer foreign policy principles and standards. And I agree with them 100%.
Well, Mr. Nagbe, I'm coming to you here. I'm reading the press release from the foreign ministry, and the reason that they gave that make this circumspect is, they said the government of Liberia cited the reason for withdrawing, citing Benin's geographical proximity to the Sahel.
Exactly. So why? So I agree with it.
Do you understand what that means?
I know that. I understand well.
Okay, but Tomalin, then they turned around and said they will re-enter the phrase in the next election. So
Right.
if that is the standing, why don't you say as long as any country in the Sahel,
In the
I would
Sahel,
never go,
exactly.
I would never vote.
But it's clear. Liberia took a principled decision to step aside to allow the foreign of Benin
that
to
is what the
contest
foreign minister is
and
saying.
assume
That's what
the
she
relevancy
is
in the
saying.
AU Peace and Security Council. This decision prioritizes the need to collaborate within the community and play a leadership role in peace and security. I mean,
Yeah, but
what Jerome is saying, why contest in the next election then?
when the Liberia realized this, when they announced as late as
Thank you.
I think when they started
as
consulting,
February
realizing
2nd.
that look, no need. Let Benny. I mean, I know. I mean, we're not politics with it. I mean,
No, there's no politics here.
No, but you're trying to
Can you
say that Liberia with Joga, Liberia going to be defeated.
Mr. Number, can you ask that question again, please?
I wanted them to tell me when did Liberia realize the rationale that they are providing now, when they announced formally as late as February 2nd that they will be contesting for the Security Council on the AU.
And they knew, they were aware that Benin, was also in the contest.
It required consultation. Look, like they say, Liberia demonstrated leadership and solidarity in the ECOWAS region. Oh, it's how it happened.
That is the
Liberia
foreign
won the Security
minister's
Council. So why you want to be so greedy? So Liberia said, no, let Benin go. I mean, I think I agree with the foreign ministry.
Well, this is the press release from the foreign ministry. It sounds like it's a foreign person commending them for what they did. No, they are actually they pat themselves on the back.
I am leaning most toward what Rabo is saying. I think there are a lot of speculation, suspicion about Liberia right now over our alignment with the U.S. I mean, you all know when this U.S. commando made this statement against Traore. Around that time, the rumors were a buzz about AFRICOM, the Africa Command being established in Liberia. Then there were reports that the U.S. was considering setting up a drone training base in Liberia. So there have been a lot of reports in the press that don't suggest that Liberia is in the mainstream of of AU politics.
There you go.
And I will believe that. Look, if the foreign ministry, the Liberian government is going to contest a seat at the AU, I mean, they do all of their background investigation and all that. They know Benny is in the running. They will know that before they arrive at the conference. So it cannot be that they got at the conference and they read, oh, Benny is in the race. Okay, but then, we'll give it to them. I don't think so. I think I think they knew they were going to be defeated. And they decided to withdraw to save face. I think a lot of the African countries are uncomfortable with some of the positions we have taken. I mean, let's go back to Abrio or whatever his name, Garcia. This guy who was coming to Liberia, who was rejected by everybody else, including South Africa and all the countries.
And Ghana.
In Ghana, he was coming to Liberia. I mean, a lot has happened, but now here we are. We're part of the 75 countries. In spite of everything we've done, we've turned upside down, played there when the USA would play there, jump up and down when the USA would jump up and down. And now look, we are part of the 75 countries that now have a visa ban for coming to the US. So all of these things, we have to go back and reassess. We have to make sure we understand where we stand on these issues. I think we're vacillating on a lot of issues. And so I don't buy the argument that, we went to the conference and decided to make space for Benny, and demonstrate, that we're big brothers in the region. I don't think so. I think we knew we were going to be roundly defeated. We didn't have the vote.
Benny is closer to the Sahara.
Yeah, but he won't answer the question, Mr. Number question. But Sylvester said it best. Tomalin has a soft spot for the folks in the foreign ministry, and that's understandable. By the way, the son of the foreign minister is a good friend. We chat all the time. He lives in Atlanta. So I think she's doing some amazing job, and I also understand that some of these decisions are made by, she works at the will and pleasure of the president, and I get that. But again, this is not going to be Ms. Beslow's problem. This is going to be Liberia's problem, and I'm hoping again that when we have a serious government, listen, I love this country. This country has provided me immense opportunities that I would not found anywhere else. And I still think, irrespective of what we have experienced lately with Donald Trump, and things like that, I still think this country is one of the greatest in the world. There are still massive opportunities here to advance yourself. However, being Africa's oldest independent country, I don't think we have taken our rightful position, and I don't think we have shown the kind of leadership, right, as a sovereign country, as one of the two countries in Africa that were not, we didn't gain independence from any third party or whatnot. We have not really shown that. We still don't know. And every time I ask this question, what is Liberia's foreign? If Liberia have a foreign policy, are our decisions internationally, our decisions guided by these foreign principles? I don't think we have a defined foreign policy that, and I know every government comes in with a different approach, diplomatic approach. We see that happen in this country, but there's a defined interest here. The Americans have a defined interest. We know we don't. It's not hidden. We know what that interests are. What is Liberia's interest outside of agreeing with everything the U.S. government does? What is our interest? We can't run a country like that. We have to have principles. So the Americans are not perfect. They are number one ally. They've been there for us, but they're not perfect. So we have to draw the line and say, listen, like diplomatically, we will support you. But on this one, we have to draw a line because it does not align with our own principles. It does not align with the Liberian people's interests. We don't have that. And I have not seen a government that have come in to define that for us. I don't know what Liberia foreign interest is. So a lot of our counterparts in the region are concerned. If these guys get this position, can we trust their decisions? Can we trust that they're going to put the interests of the AU over the interests of the United States? Can we trust that? Look at what's happening right now at the UN. Look at some of the speeches that I've seen made by the three how you call them?
The A3.
The A3. The A3. And look at the Zist. Look at your man Brown. It's to me again. It's troubling. We can't continue to kowtow to the United States, even if they're jumping in hell, we should not jump in hell. We should have some standards and principles that define our foreign policy, and our decisions on each of these matters, regional and international, should be guided by that. We don't have that right now.
Okay, Robert, before I go to Pewee real quick, I'm going to put the same question to Pewee. On the last day of Charles Taylor's departure, he was interviewed by the famous Nigerian journalist, and he asked Charles Taylor, what would be your greatest regret as a president? Do you remember what the Charles Taylor said?
Yeah, I remember vividly. He said something in regard to he said, and I quote, I think my biggest regret is not having a relationship with Washington, D.C.
That's correct. He said, and if you want to be successful,
you have to have a relationship with Washington, D.C. But he was very specific. He said,
I mean, that's just a caveat, because I want your foundation and your landing should be predicated on the knowledge that then I go to Pewee.
Yeah, but he said specifically, and I listened to that, and I as a young man, read it back then, and this is I was still, I'm not gonna call, if I say that I will call my age, but young man in high school, when I listened to
why
that,
you always feel like calling your age?
When I listen to that, no, because you know why? Because somebody man that can call me Brabi, I can they don't know the 3-4 year older than me, but they can still call me Brabi, and I'm like, they call me big brother.
That's a normal thing. Even when we go back to the country, our papi then have 50 year plus, they can still call, they can call papi. So
oh, really?
That's the line in Liberia.
The reason why
they call you Brabi because the fee you have. When you have,
Pewee, your brother of Bill Tuawe called George Weah. He called himself George Weah's son.
Yes. So that's the line right in the country. They're not calling him Brabi because they know they know the golden.
Yeah, because I'm like, man, these guys are older.
Can you imagine Bill Tuawe calling himself Bill? He calling himself George Weah Jr.
Yeah, he said Bagube Jr.
Bagube Jr. This man, like Joe Weah father. But Pewee, we're talking about.
No. Let me. I haven't given my. Let me get my opinion on that real quick.
Okay, Lance. So we go to Pewee.
So I think that, I think his statement was, because his statement contradicted what he said during his final speech. He said, and I quote, if Africa must move forward, then we must ensure that decisions are not made in foreign countries. They must be made in our capitals and not foreign capitals. Mm-hmm. And so this is when he was still in Liberia.
Yes.
Right? And I think a lot of people kind of agree with that from a tough, diplomatic perspective. But then when he got to Accra, knowing that he was being watched by the Americans in Elsa, he changed his tone to his biggest regret not having a relationship with DC, right? And so I think that if he could have had, if he thought if he had a relationship with DC, perhaps he would not have been Elsa. But perhaps things would have been a lot different, right? He would have gotten the support that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf got, that other presidents got post-war. But I do think that it's critical for Liberia to always have and keep a relationship with DC. However, Liberia cannot just have an open door policy where anything and everything goes. There has to be a distinction, there has to be a line drawn, and there has to be some standards and principles that God.
You sort of say, but Robert, you sort of say, how can you challenge America right now?
You don't have to challenge, but the Ghanaians are not. The Ghanaians are not on American level. You can say they're not a traditional ally, but the Americans have invested last year more in Ghana than Liberia per se, right? But they're still able to stand up based on their foreign policy principles. This is not government business. This is what the foreign policy has got it. All presidents come and they tweak it. They have different approach. They have a more softer.
Robert, do you know the history of Liberia?
Yeah, I know the history of Liberia.
Okay.
What kind of the history of Liberia? You cannot mention the history of Liberia without mentioning the United States. However, you can, as a sovereign country, you can still appreciate that
Liberia has sovereignty. You sure?
Oh, so Liberia don't have sovereignty? Okay, then.
I'm just asking you a question.
No,
I'm not saying that Liberia don't have sovereignty. I'm asking you a question.
To your point, we have governed as if we don't have sovereignty, as if we're still one of the states of America. We're not, because we are not. We are an independent sovereign nation. We are not one of the states of the United States. We are not governed by the United States. Our
And I'm glad
constitution
you
don't
answered the question that
Let him land
that
because
Mr.
we have to
Gayman
go to.
asked you regarding the statement that Charles Taylor made when he was in exile.
I did, but what I'm
Okay,
saying
good.
is,
Then you have to look at everything in context, my brother.
Even that statement contradicts where I think Charles Taylor being Elza, I think brought in perspective. I think it kind of hit home that, you know what, I could be arrested any moment. And so I thought that was his way to sweet mouth those that were watching. I wish I have nothing against the U.S. and I wish I had a relationship with the U.S., but there were different circumstances that prevented that relationship. In Liberia, though, he had a different perspective. That decision must be made in African capitals. I agree. We can still appreciate the relationship with the U.S. We can still appreciate that bond that we have based on our history, but we can still operate independent of our own, given the fact that we're a sovereign country. The British colonized Ghana, but the Ghanaians are an independent country. They have a foreign policy that mimic or reflect their own core values, and they stand by that. We can do the same thing and still have a relationship. Right now, it's anything goes. If the U.S. said jump in hell, we jump in hell. If they said cost this person ma, we cost this person ma. If they said cost this person power, we cannot operate like that. Thank you.
Great. Pewee, I will speak on behalf of the U.S. here because I think I understand them a little. They have no problem with you making your demands. But like they say, you get what you ask for. Other countries go to the U.S. and say, we need $5 billion for infrastructure. We need $5 billion for education, for healthcare. Our Liberian government, our officials are always personal. What is in there for them personally? So they have never spoken on behalf of the nation, but have spoken on behalf of self-aggrandizement. So the U.S. is not obligated to come into the table and telling you what you need. It is you that will tell them, listen, we'll give you we'll give you Firestone, you pay 100 years, but these are things that we now want you to do in exchange. Instead of, can the Totman family, can the Torgbean family, can the Nagbe family own 1% share? Or can you give us share in this and that? Personally benefiting the people and robbing the nation. And I'm getting this briefly, a hint from the late Dr. Benny Warner. He says, most of our folks, in fact, the Speaker of the House, the former Speaker of the House, was on the legal team of Firestone. So will you then blame the Americans? If you came to the negotiating table and you say, instead of giving it to the nation, give it to me and a few of my colleagues, do you think the American government will say no? In fact, then they turn around and write it in their country report that you are corrupt because they have evidence.
I think President Taylor, I'm sure the statement he made, I think he genuinely was regretful. I think there were many times when a lot of us were kind of worried the way we thought he was thumping his nose at the U.S. government, especially, talking about those days when he was president. The U.S. government was not as inward looking as it is now. They were very aggressive out there. President Taylor openly accused the U.S. government of funding and establishing LERD. If you remember that September attack on the U.S. embassy, I'm sure Sylvester Pewee, as a foreign diplomat, will remember this, where Madison Wayne got killed right in front of the embassy. Taylor had vowed he was going to flush the people out of the embassy. There were a lot of provocative postures that he assumed towards America. And of course, all of these things culminated I believe in the U.S. telling Obasanjo to turn him over, or he would not be allowed to enter the White House. So when he said he was regretful, I don't think it is the same as what we are discussing now, where the U.S., the Liberian government would define their foreign policy in a way that will put Liberia first, but also align with the AU, because we are a part of the global African unit, the global African neighborhood. We cannot be taking positions all the time that are opposed to Nigeria and South Africa and all of this. But look, Nigeria went into Liberia. They spent blood and resources to stabilize Liberia. I think we have to show some appreciation. So right now, the Liberian foreign policy, I cannot tell you, I can put my finger on it. Maybe Sylvester Pewee would tell us, because he's probably reading the tea leaves as a diplomat. But I can't tell you what our foreign policy is. I can't tell you. I cannot tell you what our foreign policy is. Is it different from America's? I don't even know. Right now, America's whole foreign policy is about commerce. Commercial diplomacy. That's what they're interested. They're not interested in all this stuff about, refueling stuff here and there, giving a drone training and all that. No, I think those were the old days. So when President Taylor made that statement, I think he really meant it. I think he, in many ways, I think he contributed to the pastor that he received from the U.S. He was openly in many ways, one could say, hostile to America. I mean, we all know Chancellor was bombastic. He was brash. And he was flamboyant. But you have to know where the line is drawn. I'm not saying you should be afraid of America, but I think some of the postures he took were provocative. And when you do that, then you should be prepared for the blowback. I don't think he was prepared for the blowback. And the blowback came and washed him along with it. Wash him away along with it.
Honorable Pewee, I'm a proponent of the United States. One particular reason is that they are very transactional. It's about give and take. They are about business. If you come to the table and you don't come prepared, then you get on the menu. This is the American way. If you are coming, you better come prepared, and nobody can say it better than you, because you serve them. You sat across from other diplomats from other places talking, and the way the American talk, like now, Trump said, I'm going to put 100% tariff on India. India said, fine. But look, what we are doing, we are also going to put 50% tariff. And then he said, okay, let's meet and see where we can negotiate. You give me this, I give you that. That is transactionalism. Our Liberian leaders are corrupt. They are self-centered. They do not put country first. It is their families, themselves, and their immediate friends. In that case, they will do business with you, but they had no respect for you because you are not patriotic. You're tech chief.
Yeah, first and foremost, we were all looking at the issue about sovereignty and the rest of that, and the sovereignty first. From the general structure, in the common definition of what sovereignty is, one would say that the authority for one country to govern itself. That's the good dictionary definition, the classroom ABC definition of that. But sovereignty itself entails a lot of things, a combination of a lot of things, and that will have to run into the issue of our core foreign policy objective. And every nation should have a core foreign policy objective. If you don't have that, what's going to happen? You're going to be side-brush. And it's one of the reasons why powerful countries knew what we call the gunboat diplomacy. And the reason of the gunboat diplomacy, if you went deep into that theory, you understand that countries that have enormous power will take a lot of decisions across the world, and they will deploy the gunboat diplomacy to show her military strength, and they will do a lot of things across. But when we started, ever since, the core objective of Liberian foreign policy was based on the said non-interference. And that was basically based on the international rule-based order. That was from the time World War II ended. We came to the room of civilization and established the United Nations and its organs. So Liberia moved for that thought process that our core foreign policy objective would be the non-interference. But Liberia have fast grown into that, changing and diversifying themselves into a perspective of understanding and owning this, and want to bring some things up from there. Now, in terms of resources, we don't have nothing in a huge commercial quantity that we can leverage as a foreign policy objective. So what we can do now is, so we have sprinkled of them. We do what they introduce now in the new era after the war is what we call as the economic diplomacy. Now, an economic diplomacy is one that is unfolding across the world. You leverage some resources you have, what you have in the country, and other things. Before the 1990 war, there were other strategic elements that we use, and the element of the United States using those things as a cushion to get blasted and close to America. For instance, to Liberia. For instance, the VOA Tower. The VOA Tower was a major tower that was deployed for the purpose of national security. That tower, because of that, was a leverage to us. And the CIA used that and other basic things, they used that tower at the time. So it was a major foreign policy instrument that the British used at the time. And we leveraged it in a lot of ways. And that's why you saw the country all putting in. They're doing this for us, doing this, and during the Dopoh administration, the Reagan administration gave an amount of $500 million. The first time ever, one-time shot straight to a corrupt Johnstown administration. So you would think of something. So you need to have certain things put in for your interest in certain areas. But now we don't have these things. Now, Mr. Taylor, what he meant was Mr. Taylor blundered from the get-go. The first and foremost time, and Mr. Nagbe said it right, they were at the time they were not looking inward, they were objectively looking outside and exercising their international power across the world as the world police. And Mr. Clinton, a Democrat, I remember why Mr. Taylor was president of this country. Mr. Clinton was here. Mr. Taylor said at one point in time, he was even knocking the executive mansion. He said, there's not a time you would do a call from Washington and we followed the same instruction. He said that he said there's no big president, no small president. That was nonsense. If I was there, if I asked him, Mr. President, I said, Mr. President, do you know about the small state? I would introduce to him different theory, three major theories I would have said to the president at the time. The arm twisting diplomacy is one of the theories that you got to understand. They can twist your arm. The gunboat diplomacy is one. And all those, they used two of those on him to put in out of office. Now, Mr. Taylor felt that by going into Sierra Leone, to destabilize Sierra Leone, he will have control over the region. No, but he was making huge mistake. Where he attempted to this power, the news, the understand, they said Guinea, we can use Guinea to get rid of him. What did this country do? Under the Clinton and the Bush administration at the time, announced a effective military supply to the government of Guinea. And in that amount,
Lord,
part of the discussion then there was, hey, you got to help these people. And part of those things, help these people to get, and he didn't calculate well. So he didn't. So the reaction coming from the current foreign ministry about this thing that we're about to do, that's a knee-jerk approach. It's a half-baked reaction meant to save face, right? It's not something good they're doing. But how can we, moving forward, Mr. Gayman, look into the sky and say, where are we leaving from now? And with this failure about us not getting a Security Council seat from the AU, it's a serious problem because we are part of that regional body. And that's a massive failure on the part of this foreign minister. It will further expose that she has not done great job and she been hanging on the past thing of other postings. And listen, the foreign minister has not changed nothing major in Washington. We have not seen major policy declaration on the part of this country for Liberia ever since Madam Sanvee left. The only president that did that leveraged that after President Samuel Kanyando, let's go back to our diplomatic history and back to our history, was President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She leveraged it very well. This country gave more than $300 million to rehabilitate our hydro. She single-handedly used her personal rapprochement with the then President Bush, with the then Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, and all these people. So Madam Sirleaf served her own foreign minister at the time. What she did, the foreign minister was there to be sent and get the job done. She would take the phone and call, and how you saw Mr. Nagbe and the rest of the folks there, support came from this country in the June. That of things. There were a laundry of things that she put together, and those things started materializing on the. Ever since she left office, see that we have not had any major policy declaration from this country to Liberia. Ever since then, that have not happened. So the military was reconstructed under her. The amount of money that was given. President Bush did not only visit Liberia, but he committed millions of dollars to different sectors in Liberia. So that's how you saw a lot of things started kicking back in Liberia, because we were referred to them as a pariah state. How did we come back to become part of a major role in the Committee of Nations, because she networked in a way and manner that brought the country back? Now, things that are currently unfolding about the way we see things about what now. This thing about the Security Council was important, but to be denied and rejected in your regional hall, it's a serious slap, and that's what we don't know. This thing is a problem. Now, the problem is a confidence crisis. It was not on the basis of in diplomacy. There's confidence crisis. So diplomats are engaged into things, and when there's confidence crisis in diplomacy, it's a serious situation. And it's one of the reasons why, since Madame left, there's been some other issue, because you have to be straightforward how you need to play your game with the people. If you don't play that, there will be some problem. And when people start having confidence issue, and that's the same thing the Chinese did at the time with the Myean administration. When the Chinese people had confidence issue with the Myean administration, they stopped every project. It is diplomacy. They will stop everything. And so when your counterpart that should be having your back, and listen, let me remind us quickly here in the terms of diplomacy. I can remember the then foreign minister of Nigeria remanded Benson Gafine or certain thing. He said, if Liberia don't understand the role Africa play, because there was certain time Africa play for the peace you enjoy today, that the money may have come from across the Atlantic Ocean, but who brought boots on the ground?
ECOWAS.
Who brought went in the ground there?
I'm glad you're making that comment. The money came from across.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
but without the boots on the ground, the money would have meant nothing.
Who brought the boots? Who brought the peace? So if you have some problem,
my man, let's not forget the amount of oil that Nigeria gave to Liberia during Ellington. Don't talk about money coming from across the land.
I was just going to remind him. Yes. Do you know the amount of money, apart from the hundreds of Nigerian soldiers got killed in that country, but do you know the amount of money Nigeria pumped our country?
Look,
so if let me end on the one you're coming. If there's a confidence crisis, and that's the reason why you didn't win this thing. Now you withdrew at almost the last, because the message went clear in the area that most of the ambassadors at the level of the AU, because that's a multilateral mission, the ambassadors calling by say, hey, we don't have good sign. And this issue there is I just spoke to one of the agents deploy our embassy. The problem there is that it's a confidence problem we have. The folks are saying
so that confidence problem is that confidence problem. Mr. Sito, just one question. Is that confidence problem, because this is what I'm hearing. Does it about Liberia's close tie to the U.S. and the fact that we are not leading on a clear foreign policy a principle or objective?
I'm inclined to think in that direction.
Well, let me just come in now.
Yeah, go ahead, and that will come in.
I do understand the sentiment.
One minute, Mr. Sidney. After Sidney, we've been discussing, I know we're at the end of the show here. There are three kinds of sovereignty that I know Michael Dukakis talk about regularly. Security sovereignty, economic sovereignty, and consumer sovereignty. We're going to talk about those three things. If Liberia has power over either one of those, then we can say something. But when you look at those three and see,
yeah.
Go ahead,
you talk about all the different kinds of sovereignty. Liberia does not have economic sovereignty.
Okay.
Liberia does not have security sovereignty.
Okay.
Liberia also does not have, what was the last sovereignty you talk about?
Consumer sovereignty.
Consumer sovereignty.
So what sovereignty do we have?
So here's the thing.
What sovereignty do we have, Mr. Sito?
From the
only sovereignty we have is sovereignty to be recognized as a nation.
Yeah. From the foundation.
As a sovereign nation, part of the United Nations.
Liberia has been a dependent country from its foundation. And that dependency has always been towards the United States. That's why even during the Second World War, Liberia, despite they didn't have military, We didn't have military might. We didn't have nothing. We declared war on Germany, the Second World War. And I want to remind you guys, why did we declare war on Germany? Because the United States was fighting Germany. You understand? So when we are talking about Liberia relationship with the AU and Liberia relationship with the US, we have to look at it in all of these different contexts. You understand? Yes, it is true that Liberia is on the continent. Liberia is among its African neighbors. But Liberia will always side with the position of the United States based on its relationship with the United States.
Not based on our own
Hold on,
based
let me
on the
finish.
U.S.
Hold on,
relationship.
let me finish.
No, I just wanted
All of
to
the economic development that Liberia has today, Rabos International Airport, was built by the United States. The free port of Monrovia, our major port of entry, was built by the United States. All of the infrastructures, executive mansion, everything, the funding came from the United States to be able to build those things. Even all of the major companies that when Liberia were flourishing under the open door policy of President William V.S. Stockman, all of those companies were American companies. Okay? So if we are talking about sovereignty, we have to be very careful because it is true. Why it is true that ECOWAS sacrificed a lot for Liberia to stabilize Liberia. All of the funding that ECOWAS used to stabilize Liberia, it came from the United States. Even our debt, the several billions of dollars debt we had, that Ellen Johnson used her leverage to make sure they were waived, who led the charge? The United States. We have to look at all of these things when we are talking about this situation. Yes, it is true. ECOWAS may not be comfortable. That's why Liberia did not get our seat. But guess what? We are still on the Security Council. Liberia is still on the Security Council. Now, let me ask this question. Being a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council and be on the Security Council of the AU, which one is greater?
I think the AU is much greater. In fact,
really?
If you're a member, yeah, I think so. If you're a member, or
the United Nations, are you saying that the United Nations, the AU is greater than the United Nations?
No. What I'm saying is, if you're on the, if you're a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, I think getting the approval, right, of your colleagues at the AU really tells you the significance of that seat.
Apparently, maybe, and I'm sorry to say that maybe you don't know.
It was not contested. It was not contested.
The UN Security Council has 5 permanent members.
Yeah, but it was not contested. It was an easy route. This is when Liberia had the ability to prove themselves.
I would personally think that Liberia being on the UN Security Council is far greater than Liberia being on the AU Security Council. Despite the fact that Liberia is in the African Union.
Liberia would have gotten that regardless.
Liberia would have been even more powerful by holding those 2 positions.
Thank you. Exactly.
It is not necessary. It is not necessary.
What do you mean?
It is necessary. That's strength. You can. How can you lose on one
end? Liberia is spend more on the U.S. Security Council than on
No. But this is the problem, Mr. Nagbe. You see, this is the problem. This is why the AU don't trust us, because again, we don't understand the relevancy of the AU Security Council. We think that the United Nations Security Council, as a non-permanent member, holds more weight than the AU Security Council.
Of course they do.
You see the mindset? But this is what we have to change. The people don't trust us because we do not have, we think low about our own region. We do not respect the AU.
This politics you're putting into all of this discussion is not correct.
Listen,
Honorable Seaton, let me give you an example, right? Do you know why our war lasted so long? Because the AU decided to wait and see what our foreign power that we have always defended would do.
No, that's not true.
I am telling you, because
the war. I was there until the war stabilized.
No, listen.
The war lasted so long because of the intransigence.
No, Mr. Seaton.
Because of the intransigence of the MPFL.
No, Mr. Sita, let me tell you this, and you have to take this because that's what it is. I was here when President Clinton appointed Jesse Jackson as the African envoy to Liberia. I was part of ULI. Go ahead. We have appealed to the United States in all forms to intervene. We have appealed. I have the photograph, I have the recording here with me representing ULI, with President Jawara at the Adam Clayton Power Building. And Jawara made it clear that he was having issue setting Liberia's cause to the other African nations. This is the man who was the president of the AU at the time that came, we met with him, and he had problems selling the Liberian cause to the Africans. Why? Because most of them felt that Liberia had never integrated. Liberia had never considered herself an African nation. So now here we are. It took George Bush, after Jesse Jackson visited Liberia, came back, we met with him in Chicago. We were disappointed when he came. Instead of going and speaking on behalf of the Liberian people and their suffering, he came back and he told us in Chicago that he was going to organize an all-Liberian conference in Chicago because there were rumors that he met Charles Taylor and something happened.
And I can tell you, as a journalist, I covered Jesse Jackson from the day he entered Monrovia to the day he left Monrovia. I was the Inquirer reporter that was assigned on that beat. All right? Yes, Jesse Jackson met President Taylor. He met almost all of the political leaders in Liberia at the time because we were following him 4 to 4. They had a dinner for him at the U.S. Embassy. I have pictures of that that I took at the embassy. And President Reverend Jesse Jackson made a statement, and I will never forget that statement. He said from the time, from the military coup, when people that they went to school with, people that they went to school with were killed, Liberia has never been the same. Okay? Yes, he met with Taylor. But that accusation that people have said, oh, well, Taylor gained diamond, well, I don't know about that. But I know he met with almost all of the political leaders in Liberia because I covered him from day one. Okay? Now, the reason why our war prolonged and we are all trying to miss the point here is when Taylor was coming, almost every Liberian were in favor of Taylor coming to remove Samuel Doe. But when the war took an ugly turn and people began to suffer and die, that's the time people started having regret. So what happened? The political parties decided to go to Banjul, Gambia, to form an interim government, leaving the rebels that are in the bush that have almost 95% of the country, leaving them out of that structure. That's what prolonged the Liberian Civil War. Because then Taylor became intransigent because Taylor felt that, look, I have 95% of the country.
Listen,
that's the fact.
We send Mr. Woluba to represent us. And that was my last.
That is the fact.
My last interaction with ULI when we sent our delegation to Banjul, and Tom, will you call me? He says, I know you don't like Charles Taylor. You don't like the decision I made to join Charles Taylor. He said, but your man that you sent here, Woluba, has tendered in his resume to Charles Taylor to be appointed. When I found out that that was true, I sent in my resignation. We impeached and removed Woluba. I was vice president for administration of ULI. Steve Bullock was executive vice president. Both of us were elected the same day in Philadelphia. And we dissolved our government. The The rumors were from Nyenwolo was that Jerome Gayman is the vice president for administration. He wants to become president of EULA through the back door. That's why he is pushing for the impeachment of Oliver. So I told him, I said, fine. After he's impeached, I'm going to turn in my resignation as well. So we did that. There's a lady that went with me to Adam Clayton Power and to the hotel where we met Jawara. Her name is Matu Tutman. I showed the picture, I showed the photograph here. Matu Tutman will tell you that our issue besides what you were talking about here is to sell Liberia's case to the entire Africa that something tragic was happening in this country and that was worth saving.
But Mr. Gayman,
yes.
Look, the thing is this. I heard Robert talk. I heard Pewee talk. Look, that was not because your foot is not in the shoes for you to say anything. At this crucial time, you expect for Liberia to be somehow oppositional to the U.S.
Oh no, hell no!
We don't have economic power. We don't have.
Get chance. Where?
We have the MCC issue. The particular decision on the NCC, the Millennium Challenge. So hanging over us. You expect for Liberia to say, well, will be some tough on the U.S.
No,
especially with the present administration the U.S. has right now.
No.
Yeah? Okay, right now. Even I'll talk to somebody say, look, they're not even thinking about sanction business. They ain't in their books because they offer. As far as they're concerned, Liberia is not much of an interest in the U.S. right now. They don't even focus on Liberia much. Okay, and for people to say the foreign minister have not done nothing much, that's not true. They have been Washington D.C. You have met the Secretary of State. You have met the Deputy Secretary of State. They have a strong ties in Washington there. Okay. How you say they haven't done nothing more significant?
It is because of the effort that you made. That's why we're getting the contract now.
Okay.
We are on the Security Council.
The Security Council was done by all of that was done by CDC, man.
Yeah, we understand, but government is continuity.
Government is continuity. So
we understand that, but don't say that she did all that.
And the folks in the current government needed to give CDC the credit for that.
Let Tomalin land. Let Tomalin land.
About tomorrow for the African Union Summit, where is the election here? And if Liberia realize that other countries are going to be running, already in the Security Council, you can't be so that being greedy now. They share it too now. Liberia they will recontest. They will test next year. So I can't tell me say, because Liberia we're going to lose massively. No.
But the excuse that they gave that this country is closer to the Sahel. Next year that country will not be there.
Yeah, but it's all a consultation.
No, but answer the question, Tomalin. Next year, Benin is going to move from the Sahel and we're going to go there.
Let's see what happens next year.
Okay, so Tomalin, no, Tomalin, you can't say let's see what happens. I think Mr. Nagbe asked, no, Tomalin.
This and that. No, Robert.
Tomalin.
Let me also, Robert. If you right now, if America, your foreign policy is not aligned with the U.S., you want to get 1 cent. The poor not suspend. You say for us, okay? The little delegation and come here and give us some more trying to help us. You think we will challenge them right now? No.
Tomalin, if I.
When Baga came last year, when they say, you speak good English, Baga could have been chicken, but he said, no. If I try to make him baby skin, get out of the office there, and the whole post there, Baga. You sound like the man.
Tomalin.
Come in now. The first thing you all say, Baga should know better. That strong and act. You should have be quiet. But you go tell him, you go give part of Trump. Trump say, get out of the office. Get from here. Then you'll be making fun of him there. Let's be frank. It comes with a lot of thoughts. Not just say anything you want to say because you are for sovereign nation. No.
But I'm not encouraging Liberia to say anything they want to say. That's not major leadership. Yeah, but that's not major leadership. What I have objected to Tomalin is that you can still be respectful to the Americans. You can still support the Americans. You can still appreciate the Americans. But you can still also have standards and principles where our decisions, foreign policy-wise, not just to the Americans, reflects our own core values. And so that's what I'm saying. If I was president of Liberia today, I'm not going to wage a war against the United States, right? I'm not going to rage. I'm not going to rage.
Trump said, I increase the tariff on you. I thought they may not do that.
Okay, but we don't have to go that far. All I'm saying is you do not have to kiss you know what to have an appreciation for what your own core values are. You do not, we don't have to, we can build a relationship with the US. We can support the US. But I think in this century and for the future of our country, I think it's troubling to me that after all of these years of independence, after all of these years of sovereignty, we still do not have a defined foreign policy. In Ghana, the foreign policy structure and principles are taught in schools. And this is a bad example, but in North Korea, for instance, kids and babies with the North Korean foreign policy is not is bad, it's negative, but they are raised to think that Americans are the worst in the world and that there's a war from birth against any American for that matter, right? That's a dictatorship. The point that I'm making is we do not have a defined foreign policy. And in the future, for our young children that are being raised in America or in Liberia, I think it's important that our foreign policy structure, governance, reflect 21st century governance. Every country is moving forward. We cannot jump when the USA jump. We cannot yell when the United States still yell. We cannot breathe when the United States still breathe, and we can't die when the USA die. We cannot continue that. We must put together whatever. Look, we got natural resources. Liberia is rich of natural resources. We have not managed our natural resources well. And I'll close on this note. When you see Mr. Seaton talk about the importance of the UN non-permanent seat, and you see everything that we don't have in Liberia, we don't have economic sovereignty, we don't have all of the different sovereignty we don't have. And then when I ask, what sovereignty does Liberia have? We don't have nothing. When you look at that mindset, it's a reflection of how we govern and how we look ourselves, Mr. Nagbe. You know, there are Liberians that respect the white man over a Liberian. We respect foreigners over our own. This is the reason why we believe that the quality don't come from Liberia. They must come from abroad. When it comes to our furniture, when it comes to the food we eat, can you imagine we're still importing eggs? We are importing pepper. When it comes to what we eat, we do not respect our own. We look down on ourselves. We look down on ourselves. We will take the white man who is killing another Liberian because he's able to. We think that, listen, is this savior mentality? What we feel like our problems cannot be solved by our own because we do not have the intellect to solve our own problems. We do not have the ideas. Forget the finances. We do not believe we have the capabilities to understand what our problems are and to proffer solutions to solve these problems. We do not believe in ourselves, and this is dangerous. This is the reason why we import everything. This is the reason why we import mechanics. We import carpenters, electricians. We import everything in our country. And until we change this mindset, Mr. Seaton, and until we understand that we can still have an appreciation of our history and this close ties to America, but we are grown and big enough as a sovereign country to stand on our own, to assert ourselves, I fear that we'll continue to breed this dependency syndrome. This is what's killing us. We depend on the U.S. Right now, the country will die. We'll not survive. It's crazy. We can't live like that.
Oh God!
I'm done. That's my opinion on this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are getting an earful of everything today. The economic diplomacy, economic sovereignty. What I'm saying, my understanding, Honorable Nagbe, it is that there is something called, and Trump, everybody says it, Trump, the America First agenda is transactional. Okay? It's transactional. What's in it for me? It is left with you to tell me what's in it for you too. But if you neglect and aggregate that particular part of it, you expect me to come and tell you, hey man, diamond in it for you too? No. It is my job to come negotiate at 100%.
That's right.
Knowing that my threshold is 50, right? But I come to you that I want all, I need 100%. Yeah. If you agree with me, I'm taking it with me.
Deal, that's right.
This is Liberia's downfall. We have never been transactional on this side of our national sovereignty.
But you got nothing to transact with.
What?
Well, because I'm glad we have Sylvester here. You know, he has some experience in this area, so he will tell me if I'm lying. You know, I want him to say so. But I think our foreign policy has been largely driven by our dependence, you know, on aid. We do the bidding of whoever gave us the biggest aid. But I differ with Jackson. I think the suggestion that the UN Security Council is much preferable to the AU, I think it's a false choice. I think two things can be true at the same time. We can be both at the same time. As a matter of fact, I agree with Sylvester. The fact that we are losing out here locally, which is on the continent, I think that's a disgrace to us. Our colleagues are beginning to hold us in suspicion. There is a confidence crisis, I think, that is emerging, and we have to quickly take care of that. Look, this war is changing. We are all seeing it right before our eyes. I mean, you say all these places are shutting down. Everybody's looking inward. And the BRICS nations are offering an alternative. Look, we are all students of history. Every powerful war of a big power, superpower, there comes a time when they have reached, you know, their peak and they begin to decline. 50 years from now, almost every analyst I've listened to is saying now everybody is looking to Africa. Africa is emerging. And I think these decisions we take here today, I think will largely determine our standing on the continent 20, 30 years down the road. We cannot be looked upon by our colleagues in the region, you know, as being untrustworthy. It's like you're the Speaker of the House, but you don't have a constituency. You know, you're on the Security Council, but you don't have anybody else supporting you locally. If we were to differ at some point with America, who are the people we expect to come to our aid? You expect South Africa, Nigeria, Algeria, you know, all these countries in the AU to be your backbone and push for you. But if we are not in good standing with these people, how can we go on a big stage and expect to flex muscle? We can't do it. Sorry?
People in America too.
That's why I said we can do both. We
understand it. Look, let me show you the photos of a guy. And Nagbe, you were there. The guy from Namibia that went with me to my village. You know what? You know why he wanted 200 acres. You know what he wants to do there? He says, "I want to be a millionaire in Liberia. I will plant pepper and strawberry." He said, "The strawberry that we are eating at the embassy and at the place, when it comes from wherever it comes from, it is so still, but the demand is here." He said, "And Liberian people love the spice. And you're not have pepper, you're bringing it from different countries. I'm going to do 200 acres over here." And can you imagine? This is what we are talking transactionalism. What do you have that I want? Even though you're my big brother, but I can make you to do something. And if all you want is me, my family, my immediate friends to be written in the contract to get residual income, the people will never respect you. You can talk. Look, talk to the folk, talk to the American. They will tell you that the Liberian man prefer coming to Liberia once a year and collect his rent that the embassy or the other people are leasing from them, than staying here and making use of that place. This is the kind of mentality that we have. The Liberian men prefer to build something nice and lease it out and live somewhere else and collect rent annually, than for them to build something that is nationalistic, something that benefits the nation. This is what we are talking about. As long as we are in that state of mind, we will never gather the respect that we have. Every concept. Why do you think The people told you 66 of the 68 concession agreement were bogus against Liberia. And even Liberia have not seen the concession agreement. We don't know what's in those agreements. Individual names are in some of these agreements. Family names are in some, instead of the nation. So how do you want people to respect you when you are selling the resources of your country and you'd rather have a percentage there for Victor Nagbe?
That's why you're supposed to go and be senator for Grand Bassa County.
Well, you know, that's what we are saying. The transaction we are talking about. The people, everybody, you go to Ghana, Liberian people complain. You can't get nothing in Ghana. You can't start a business in Ghana. You can't do this in Ghana because it's Ghana first. You go to other places, Africa, the same thing. You go to Guinea now, they do the same thing. America say America first. When will Liberia ever say Liberia first? When?
When Gayman is president.
Oh, that is it.
No, I'll end on this quickly, Jerome. I got to give it to the current government, right? I think they're making a little bit in ways internationally than the immediate past government did. And I know my CDC friends here will be texting out of that, but it's true. I think they're pushing, but what they're neglecting is our local strength. You know, like you, Jerome, are saying. Where is your respect going to come from? The way you conduct yourself locally when you get out there, people, all these people, they do their research on you. Let's not forget that all of us are educated. As soon as Jerome say hello to me, the next thing I'm going to look Jerome and see who he is, you know, and that's where the respect comes from. There are a lot of things that we can do locally. It is not too complicated. We need the decisions. We need the leadership. Look, I respect the president, even though we keep talking about the yellow machine, but if this thing had been handled properly, the whole connectivity, I think Bwaka is under something, and he's just having difficulties getting his way to it. But this whole idea of connecting the country so the market women can bring your produce to the road, to the market, to be able to earn money and sell, there is a lot that can be gained from this. There's a lot we can do locally. I mean, you're talking about the agreements. We're talking about Turkish airline coming here. People are taking out the resources. We can find a way to harness our own resources here and make that money that the people are taking out and improve our country. Instead of continuing to go outside and looking for aid that we may never find, and then we go and debase ourselves, disgrace ourselves. You know, you walk out the door, the people laughing behind you and all of that, you know, look at you. Why do we have to go through that for years and years and years and years? You know? So we have to really take the hard decisions, you know, and even if it means losing political power, I know it's probably easy for me to say because I'm not in the mansion now, but what is the point of passing a $1.2 billion budget and you're going to spend $900 million on unproductive expenditure? Why? How do you expect to liberate yourself from this kind of burden? And what are we doing? We're still establishing additional agencies. How are we going to reduce the payroll? We just established the Presidential Special Committee. Then we established the Yellow Machine Authority. All of these agencies have to employ people who have to get paid.
Yep.
You guys are above to carry the marshal. So you say you're not there now, so you'll soon be coming there.
You will be there tomorrow.
Yeah, but we gotta debunk Sit-on when Sit-on talk about the United Nations non-permanent seat is more important than the AU.
I agree with
we gotta debunk these kind of things, man. This is the mindset.
What are you talking about?
Timothy, let's get back to specific now. Let's get back to it. What make this one more important? Why are you benefiting from this one?
Which one?
The UN one.
Well, we just took seat in January.
Yeah, so why are you benefiting? Why are you expected to reap from this?
I expect that we're sitting on a table with the 5 most powerful nations in the world. Okay, and we we can harness our opportunities by sitting with these people, right? A lot will happen. A lot gonna happen. Just see what happens next.
So why are you expecting this year? Because you know only for 1 year. Why are you expecting?
I expect that Liberia, our case will be front and center in these countries, in the countries on the agenda.
Front and center, nothing there. Front and center, what?
We expect a lot of collaboration. We expect a lot of collaboration. A lot of
collaboration in what? In what area? What areas are you going to collaborate?
economic, you can name it, economic, health, security, and
so you're talking about 1 year economic. So why the roadmap? Why are we seeing that to say we're going to get some economic cooperation?
We just starting. Let's see what happened.
Oh, so we shouldn't have Christmas Eve.
Pewee, you got on the Security Council and they withdrew your visa status. So
thank you.
What
you know, you know, and there I was going. That's why I said I wanted also go to the specific, right? In terms of these things, you leverage. Now we agree that you said by getting on this, the major global player in the world. We would say this to you. It's obvious. The big five. That is the United States. That's
Good night, guys. Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, yeah. We'll soon be. Something I'll be concluding soon also myself. Say all these countries. So if you are to say you sit down on that platform, and there's going to be some security benefit, some economic benefit, you stay in a country that you have your police are struggling for logistics. You have a lot of area police are not even deployed. We are just protected by the grace of God.
Yep.
Just by God's grace. So in terms of any economic activities, what's happening? And that's one of the point. We just got a massive slap in the face. They put on most of our family people that are here now trying to get their family children back here. They cannot do that. It is suspended for now. If no,
if you're gonna kiss a whatever, then you should be an exception.
No. You just got on this powerful council. If you leveraging that, now you should be talking to the pastor. Like say, hey, why we don't own that?
Yeah, and Labro will be all of that list.
So what I brought
before the year?
Before the year will be other list.
But before the year, and you'll be up the Security Council permanent. It's not good.
We'll benefit. We'll benefit.
So listen, this thing is about. We have to be mindful here. Where we have the major thing that you need to be recognized is to be with your brothers. That will be your first. Like, listen.
Thank you.
You know one thing my Oma always said to me.
What we engage each other.
My Oma said to me, a good neighbor, a good and friendly neighbor is better than a distant family person.
I agree. But I sit down to brother.
Because if you are to fall today, it's not your family that will come first. It's your neighbor.
Yep. The one closest to you.
Neighbor. If you cultivate a good relationship with your neighbor, it gives you more prestige and guarantee than having a distant family person ahead. So what I'm trying to say to you, the father will go and just do this and do that other thing. If I listen, we already rate this current foreign minister, but she's not really performing.
No,
she's already rated. She's not performing. She's using this past glory thing of people and everything that they call it. Then talk she's already rated. She's not performing. This foreign minister number one came with a questionable credential.
Another issue.
And we slapped that under the line. Listen, a questionable credential. No. The reason why some of us believe that she would have been a soft listen to her, to not come and perform in your community is if I were the person I would ask for resignation, I'll fire her. Listen, but for the thing, if I were the person, I will fire her. Listen.
I feel that Boga she still enjoy the confidence of President Boyka.
Yes, you enjoy the confidence of you know what I'm funny? Listen.
You summit tomorrow. You'll be. I think you don't left today, or you'll be there tomorrow, and she'll be accompanying him. That's why he consulted her before he told the decision.
That's a normal thing. Go and sit down and take.
Sylvester, can I add Tomalin a question? Tomalin, can you tell me one simple? No, let me not do one. It's been over 2 years of this administration, and I think Joseph Boakai will go in history as the most traveled president in the Republic of Liberia. Every other 2 weeks, the president is traveling somewhere. He consulting with this. He in the other convention. No representative. He everywhere he there. He flying. Can you tell me two major investment that we've gotten, or breakthrough we've gotten from all of these trips? Two major ones that you can see will benefit the masses, the people, whether it's in the private sector, job creation, whatever. Massive.
Somebody is a spokesman today?
No, I want you to know. But he said that the government performed the meeting.
And you be spokesman today?
So come on, tell me, just two. No, from a Liberian perspective, just take your political hat off for a second, right? And tell me, right, of all the trips the president has taken abroad, these are all foreign policy connection, meetings here, meeting that. Can you tell me two investments, major investment that we've enjoyed so far.
But no, but you defending Boakai foreign minister that is projecting it's something like
I'll be objective, but it's not too. I mean, Boakai didn't have to deliver now because they made a lot of foreign trips in the last 2 years. This year, I want to see the tangible from the trip, the result from these trips. And when I saw the vice president campaigning in Nugutan, because what you're doing is campaigning, let's be frank, to say if by 2029 they saw each road is not paved, don't vote for us. You campaign already because you are indirectly throwing jab at former President Weah, where he got a strong support in the Southeast.
But that's a flaw campaign message.
The issue is that nobody say that we don't want the Southeast to be paved. No, not what we're saying. The idea, whatever you are doing, should impact the people's lives. Like when I saw the numbers that the president was giving in Sona about the growth, Liberia economic, all this stuff. Then look, the issue is it happened with Joe Biden here. Everybody, the thing was looking good for Biden here, but the American people's life was not being impacted. So they said that the country was in the wrong direction. Now we've seen it now with this president. All the way he took in numbers about the stock market and so forth. But the country, the 9% of the country who are saying that the country is in the wrong direction. Okay?
So yeah, but Tomalin, how can a VP in his right mind, Mr. Jerome and Sylvester, how can a VP in his right mind?
We got 6 more minutes.
Yeah. How can a VP in his right mind make that kind of campaign promise when the very government, remember now, you're talking about in the Southeast, the very government said before they took power, they also made a very ambitious promise and they failed. The president said, and I quote, no car, if elected, no car will get stuck on any major road in 100 days. We're in 2 years now. Cars are getting stuck on all 3 years. Cars are getting stuck on all of the roads. I mean, and they were giving how much? $26 million. We had the public works minister right here, and they were talking about that. That whole debate came up. So he's out there making another debate without doing his own due diligence. What happened to the first promise? They're making all of these promises they haven't kept yet. So how long would it take for us to start seeing the implementation of these promises?
Robert, those of us that did political communication, we know when the man he said the Southeast road will be paid. He didn't say the entire road will be paid. So he will come later on, they can pave a little portion from 2 blocks and say, we have started, we have begun. He didn't say we're going to pave the whole thing. He didn't say that. But you got to listen carefully. The man is a politician. He said we will pave the road.
But even if they pave all the road, he didn't
even tell you whether he's going to pave the entire Southeast. He just said we pave. So he can do a little bit until he said we have paved the road.
But
it's the intent to do 400, a little over 400 kilometers of road.
Okay, even if they did 500 kilometers or 600 kilometers, let's give it to them. Let's say in the next 2 years and a half or 3 years, because after 2 years and a half, the term or the election period now, the polls are making their cases, right? So let's say they pay 500 road. If people are still hungry, every night, if the economy is still difficult, they can pay 1,000 kilometers of roads. That would not be enough reason for re-election.
Robert, don't give them that credit.
I'm just saying that many issues they have to address. They didn't come to rescue roads
from the airport. Robert, the RA way from the airport of Monrovia, they made it halfway done. It's been 3 years. They have not completed that road. How in the hell they're going to do 400 kilometers? It's only 21 miles, 27 miles from Monrovia to the airport. They can't even complete that. And Joe, we have done almost 50% of that. 3 years, they can't finish that road. That the entire side either.
The Chinese, I mean, not the Chinese, ArcelorMittal, $200 million. I was looking at a spreadsheet. They have $50 million of that money going to go to the Ministry of Public Works. $50 million, shockingly, is going to, they call it smart metering. And I was asking question today, and my concern was, why are you putting $50 million to smart meter? Why you can just open it and say no, government would incur that cost. because folks are stealing too much of current, so bulk of the revenue is not reaching. So they will invest about $26 million into smart metering, and then the rest of that money, which is $24 million, will be paid against the CRSG line because we owe, according to them, the Myean administration accrued some debt. So that's one of the reasons, part of the reason why this current dry season, the current is fluctuating. So that we owe a lot of money to use the rest of the $24 million to pay against that to see if they can balance the current. And then they have $5 million they will direct towards the Rawa fee rule. They have how many $1 million that will go to the project from the St. Paul Bridge all the way to Clay, how they call it, this place to Torgbean also. And they're connecting all their lines. Then they already secured the project from Saraye to Kodia in Lofa County and all those lines. They're projecting all those things. But the $200 million is coming. Why put a whooping amount of $50 million? I don't know how the finance ministry is carving that aspect, but there's too much of this thing that I don't know, because road construction is time consuming and very capital intensive. So how do you intend to go about it? How you raise other areas? Then the 3 other road they talk about that they want to connect Buchanan to Sesta Junction.
Listen,
and all those areas.
Honorable Pewee, the latest number I'm looking at, depending on the quality of road that they are talking about, is $1 million per mile. $1.1 to $1.2 million a mile.
Yeah,
$50 million. We only do 50 miles.
Yeah,
they can only do 50 miles.
Yeah, they're not investing all. They're not investing all $50 million in
50 miles of road. And currently, the road. If you want to go to the road issue, we have like Madam Salih spent 12 years as president of Liberia. The United Party then, under her leadership, under her stewardship, did 745 kilometers of road in the 12 years. Mr. Weah did 3.4% of the total paved road under the Weah administration. That was around 5 point something. I think 500, almost 500 kilometers of road. If you line that with that, then that means the Weah did some good pavement. Then you already have it constituting now to one. The total paved road we have in the country is 1,119 kilometers of road.
That's correct.
After a country of 200, how many years old? How many?
Yes, 1,179 this year, and 1,119 kilometers of road now, and that the total percentage of that in terms of putting it in numbers would be around I think 9% of the total road paved in the country. 9%.
That's correct.
And Mr. Boaka is saying to us from this recent State of the Nation address that he intends to take that to 20%.
That's not possible.
So
that's a lot.
That is not only unreasonably impossible.
But then why would he said that though? Why would he said that?
Because
it's not possible. You can't do that. You can never do that. I just from now to 12 years. They didn't do the 12 years plus 6 years, they did 9%. He's saying that he won't take it from 9% to 20%. That's about 11% in 6 years. Okay.
No, not all 6 years. That in 3 years, because they have not done anything yet.
Well, yeah. No, that is impossible.
Years left.
That's a lie. That's a blatant lie. You can't do it.
So you are on the same side with Remy. What the pastor name? The pastor said, "You see how you can lie."
But why we're not mad about
this?
Because
you don't even know me.
Yeah, you don't even.
Oh, that's where Levi.
Levi money. You see how you can lie.
You don't know a jack about me.
I've been married one time.
I divorced only one time. I divorced my wife only one time.
One time.
No.
No. You think divorce one time. You know, be married twice.
Yeah.
One thing I'll say, the politics is too big. Today I saw some.
Let's do this again tomorrow, guys.
We had the last check your hand, and then I mean, why they going to come with these kind of petty things? Yeah.
It was a lie.
It was a
lie. That was the Fadiga brothers.
It's shameful, brother.
The Fadiga brothers and other people, they love too much of notice and love to see. It's not everything. So now you kind of comment. I know somebody said that he came down and he had to retract a statement. And if that is true,
yeah, he did. He retracted. He said it was irrelevant.
So just it just been stupid on his part. So
yeah, but look at he made a comment yesterday that I took him up to task. He said someone said Prophet Key was crying in court. Then he said Prophet Key is a call man for crying. So I told him, I said, but Fadiga, you were in a courtroom with me when Stanton Watterson was crying like a baby. So is Stanton Watterson a call man? He dropped. He didn't.
That's a good question.
Yeah. So that's one to say, well, everything about Joe. Then he came up today and say, oh God, and then he came no time. He's on that man. What you want to prove? You don't have important thing to attend to. Then shut the damn mob up. And sometimes just leave some things out. You don't come and say you just want something on Joe all the time.
Yeah.
What you left me to go or what's all you
trying to get back into the good graces of the president.
And
so
not only did the former president shake Mr. Ben Uris,
they hugged the man.
He hugged him. They even had a little nice hug, and even his son. His
son. Then the man went to his son and hugged
him. Yeah, I'm like, y'all are so rushed to push.
And you come here and something, and then the other people. Sometimes I just get tired of the way we do our this kind of a, I don't know, this whole Facebook thing we want to all push to say we're the first to break the news, some of the news are just very damn counterproductive and it's not making no good sense here. The same with our brother when he said something again, he retracted, it led to him then even not sending him to Paris. He left his 6K, I mean his 6-figure job here and went and to say he's going to take a test secretary job at an embassy. When I serve at the level of an assistant minister, that's a test secretary job.
Yeah.
That's a test secretary job, not even a first or second secretary. It's far down the line, rather in terms of the ranking, in terms of those deployed at the foreign service. And then they did do that because of the kind of line. You still came on, you can learn from some lesson. I don't know which one of them. And you won't cover the same mis and disinformation. The former deputy police, you had to drag you guys to court. You had to go be begging, crying on your knee, begging. And you still not want to learn from these things.
This time for them people. This time for them.
Yeah, dragging your knee to beg. Then you can still learn from these things. You still coming on with misinformation about people and other things because in the need of making news. You got to pay attention to learning something. If those folks are actually taking some time to learn appropriately, maybe they'll find other reasonable things to do. It's just unfortunate. He didn't bury himself today.
Yeah, because that was a lot. That was a big
okay, guys. Let's do this tomorrow, guys.
Yeah. All right, man. But you guys have a great one, man.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Maya, put it on that. Hey, my picking mine.
disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. They use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. But for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately. Inform them in the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Garguah administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Garguah administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Garguah administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Garguah and water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put a hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro, when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outfits, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God knows how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, when I go, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, yearly Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me? Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or a loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.